3, 2, 1.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Development Control B meeting today, 5th of August. My name's Cathy Guthrie and I'm the chairman today. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are muted when you are not speaking, that you do not interrupt the other speaker. Members are reminded not to use the messaging chat function during the meeting, unless it is to report a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest, or that you wish to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal. Members are reminded they should not have alternative communication lines open, Skype and chats, and that if you are contacted by a third party during an application, you should bring this to the legal advisor's attention. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Additionally, you will be invited to speak and ask questions by the chair of the meeting, myself, and we will be using A to Z, so please wait your turn. We will not be using the hands up function except for declarations of interest, site visit requests and declarations of lobbying. If you're experiencing poor connection issues in the first instance, please turn off your camera. If this does not work, please turn off all incoming video. These options are under the 3 dots in the main information bar. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential exempt items. If you make representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to be recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to be recorded by the council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. I'll now do the introductions. Of course, there's myself, Cathy Guthrie, Chairman, Ian Dupre, Legal Advisor, Robert Carmichael, Governance Officer, John Pateman G, Area Planning Manager, Bron Curtis, Case Officer, Daniel Cameron, Case Officer, and the ward members, Councillor Sarah Mansell, Councillor Helen Geek, Councillor Susie Morley, and Councillor Daniel Pratt. May I now move to the agenda? Apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. I will just do a roll call for all members that are in attendance today. So if you could please respond with good morning or present. Councillor James Carston.
Present.
Councillor Peter Gould.
Present.
Councillor Guthrie.
Present.
Councillor Barry Humphreys.
Present.
Councillor Andrew Mellon.
Present.
Councillor Mike Norris.
Present.
Councillor Andrew Stringer.
Present.
Councillor Warboys.
Present.
And I'll just go on to the ward members, Chair. So we have Councillor Mansell.
Present.
Councillor Geek.
Present.
Councillor Morley has indicated she'll join us when the item is being heard, and I believe Councillor Pratt.
I am present.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. Apologies,
you.
I thought you were joining later, but that's absolutely fine. And Councillor Pratt.
Good morning.
So we are all present, Chair.
Excellent. Can I have any declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members, please? Are there any to declare? And please use the hands up function. Right. Declarations of lobbying. No. Declarations of personal site visits. No. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of July. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes, please? No? Can I have a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Humphreys. and Councillor Caston, so proposed and seconded. Governance Officer, can you take a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair. If you could please respond with for, against or abstain. So Councillor James Carston.
For.
Councillor Peter Gould.
For.
Councillor Kathy Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Barry Humphries.
For.
Councillor Andrew Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mike Norris.
For.
Councillor Andrew Stringer.
For.
And Councillor Roland Warboys.
For.
Thank you, Chair. That is carried.
Thank you. To receive, I will sign that at the next practicable opportunity. To receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
Now, the schedule of planning applications will be in the order in which they are in the papers, but I would just like to declare that from personal reasons, I will be stepping aside for the Stonham Barnes issue, the second application, and Councillor Humphries will be taking the chair on that one. But at the moment, we are just going to run in the order. So we have the first one, which is land to the west of the former bacon factory, Elmswell. And I'll now invite the case officer, Daniel Cameron, to introduce the application to the committee. But also, Daniel, can you just allude to the late papers which we received in 132 pages, which in fact it was the latter part of the brief that was for the late papers, and if you could just mention the salient points on those for us, please. But can everyone turn off their videos, please? And only put the video back on when you're asked to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I run through late papers first and then we'll launch into the presentation on this one. So there were two parts I wanted to draw attention to members. If we go to the first, that was the recovered Secretary of State appeal at Long Melford. Now, obviously, it's a Baber District Council appeal, but I particularly wanted to draw attention to paragraphs 52 and 53 of the Secretary of State's letter, and in particular, just to highlight some of the similarities between the two applications, in that both fall outside the established settlement boundary, both identify some visual harm to landscape, insofar as you would be fundamentally changing the character of the sites through bringing on development. But in particular, in those paragraphs, it was the weight that the Secretary of State gives to the provision of new dwellings, and in particular, the provision of new dwellings along with affordable dwellings. That significant weight is given even in light of the 5-year housing land supply that can be demonstrated by Baber District Council. The second item I wanted to bring to attention through the late papers was on page 92 of the Suffolk County Council Cycle Strategy Investment Plan. This was brought before Mid-Suffolk District Council in late July, where it was resolved to support the County Council in bringing forward their cycling strategy and the plans. On page 92, we have a plan for a cycle link, footway link to connect Elmswell and Woolpit. That was the extent of the late papers. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, bear with me. I'll try and share the PowerPoint. So let's see. Here we go. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So yes, this is an application in Elmswell on land to the west of the former bacon factory site. The application's made an outline for the erection of up to 65 residential dwellings, 22 of which are to be affordable. Along with the outline, we're also considering access, but the appearance, layout, landscaping and scale of the site would still have to be considered under a separate application collectively known as reserve matters. So if we move on, we have the site location plan. Some members may be familiar with the site. It has been provided before members on a previous occasion when it was DC 1903-924. The red line area is the same, and we can see that there's some land in the ownership of the applicant to the north. If we look towards the constraints, the only constraint we have are the public right-of-way that runs along the south of the site, along the railway line, and we also have the Grade 2 listed building, some 200 metres to the west. The site's entirely housed within flood zone 1 at lowest risk of flood risk, and it's not falling within a conservation area, and nor is it part of a special landscape designation. If we go aerially, we can see that our aerial maps date back some time, and you can still see the former Grampian Bacon factory on the site to the east. And then if we go to a more recent updated map, we can see the beginnings of the Taylor Wimpey scheme, granted consent under 084613, and that proposes 190 homes on that site. So we have before us an illustrative master plan showing the 2 access points through the Taylor Wimpey scheme. We have an attenuation suds area to the north of the scheme, and you can see on the orange wrapping round through the middle of the scheme, parcels of land set aside for the proposed relief road, which also joins up to parcel of land on the adjacent Taylor Wimpey site for the relief road, as well as lining up with the access over in the east that provides the access point through. We just have the 2 access points in more detail here. So we just have a continuation of the estate style layout entering this site. If we look towards the draft joint local plan, we have a number of development sites proposed to come forward within Elmswell, partly in recognition of its status as a key service centre within the current plan moving forward. Within the infrastructure development plan that supports the joint local plan, we have a scheme for the provision of school places within Elmswell and Woolpit combined. That consists of expansion of the existing primary school to a 420 place maximum, and the provision of a new primary school for 420 places in Woolpit, which is to be brought forward as part of allocations in Woolpit. If we jump ahead, we can see the Woolpit joint local plan extract. That school is to be formed as part of LA 095. As a key service centre, we have a number of facilities located within Elmswell within easy reach of the site, including pharmacy, post office, library, preschool, primary school, train station and convenience shops. And we also on the pink line have the intended route for the footway cycleway to link between Elmswell and Woolpit, starting at the corner of School Road and taking in the junction of Church Road and School Road before crossing the A14 on the roundabout and coming down Heath Road into Woolpit. If we remember, that site just to the west of the terminus of the pink line will be the one that brings forward the new primary school proposed in Woolpit. Within the application, we do have some concern from Highways about the capacity of the School Road Church Road junction within Elmswell. This is acknowledged by the Highways Authority, but in discussions with the Highways Authority, a number of alternative routes in order to reach either Woolpit or the A14 have been discussed. Those are outlined in the solid lines, both the blue and the red. We have the dashed blue line showing the most popular route due to speed and convenience, but we can see that the alternative routes add at most a minute and a half and a small increase over the preferred routes. We also have the alternative routes to reach the A14, both coming down and then following the back roads to the next junction down. With regards to the dashed line being the preferred route, obviously we're looking at maybe a similar length journey or a slightly longer journey, but not considerably so. And moreover, we're looking at about equal lengths of journeys. If we look at the access to the Taylor Wimpey development, because obviously if we have the 190 on this site plus the 65 beyond, all will exit out onto the highway at this point. Now within the site themselves, the estate roads loop round on each other, so there's no issue in terms of fire safety, but we would have a number of units exiting onto the main highway at this point. In terms of highways issues, we don't have an objection from the Highways Authority with regards to the number of dwellings that will be using this access point, in part because the access itself is slightly over-engineered with a view to the relief road coming off it, which we can see in this plan. If we look here, to the west, we have the proposed gated field access at the moment. At some point, there is a proposed relief road to be brought forward through the Elmswell neighbourhood plan that would look to link up with the land already safeguarded elsewhere on the Taylor Wimpey site and the land to be brought forward within this site as well. This plan from the Taylor Wimpey application shows it. We've got the land retained for the link road to the north there. And then in the illustrative master plan, just next to the previous plan, we can see that there's a continuation of that for the link road as well. Now, previously when we were considering the application, there were issues regarding infrastructure. In coming back to the infrastructure element of the scheme, correspondence with key infrastructure providers, the NHS, Suffolk County Council, the Education Authority and the Highways Authority, as well as our own planning policy team, show that progress has been made with regards to the delivery of infrastructure within Elmswell and Woolpit. The NHS are content with a contribution from SIL in order to expand the Woolpit Health Centre. Education are content with a mixed approach between Section 106 and SIL to expand facilities and to provide transport costs, to provide additional space at secondary schools. And highways are content with both the impacts of the highway on the highway network, and also content that the cycle link proposed between the two would provide additional support to those making the journey between the Elmswell site and the education sites in Woolpit. Considered in regard to the social, economic and environmental impacts of the site, and bearing in mind the significant weight given to the delivery of housing within the Long Melford appeal.
Daniel, can I just stop? Am I
Yes.
the only one that's got a black screen? Or
Oh yeah, I've reached the end of the presentation. I'm going to go back
thank
through and come back for you.
perhaps it might be helpful to put up a plan or something so people
Yeah.
can see. Sorry to interrupt. If you
No, that's okay.
that last sentence again, so people are aware of what you're telling us.
Let's go back to the illustrative master plan. So that's not too far away. There we go. So yeah, so in terms of the infrastructure delivery to support the site, progress has been made with regards to that delivery. The NHS is content with healthcare. The Education Authority is content with the approach brought forward in the infrastructure delivery plan to meet future growth within Elmswell and Woolpit collectively. Highways are content with both the impact of the additional cars on the highways network, as well as a single access point onto the rest of the highways network. And further, the cycle link project is further advanced such that members can have some certainty that it will be delivered, which would then create a sustainable walking or cycling route between Elmswell and Woolpit in order to allow people to reach facilities in either, particularly the education facilities, but also the health centre. In coming to a planning balance for members, and bearing in mind that sort of the various social, economic and environmental ways to be applied to the application, and in turn bearing in mind significant weight afforded to the delivery of housing within the Long Melford appeal, it's considered that given that the infrastructure demands of the site can be met, there's no reason for the application to be, or the recommendation to members, sorry, is that the application is approved subject to conditions and subject to the securing of a Section 106 agreement.
Thank you for that. Now we need to just run through to see if there are questions from the members, please, for the planning officer. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Stringer, we're not using the hands up function. Could you put your hand down, please? Questions from members. So we'll go in order, this order. We'll go for Councillor Warboys first, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, a few questions. Well, first of all, while we're looking at the illustrative master plan, I think you mentioned that the land to the north of the red area, which is outlined blue, that's also in the owned by Taylor Wimpey.
It's not owned by Taylor Wimpey. It's owned by the original landowner. So, as I understand it, the original application was brought forward by Taylor Wimpey, having an option in some of their land. The red area is the area for consideration at present, and the blue area to the north is in the same ownership as the current applicant.
Okay, thank you. It's just a little confused. The second one was the alternative routes. I am sort of, I haven't visited this site, but I do go to Elmswell occasionally to visit a friend there, and I'm familiar with this junction at School Road, Church Road. It is quite a difficult junction. It's just opposite.
Can we just have a question, please, Councillor?
A co-op, yes. I just wonder, how do you calculate the times for these journeys? Do you actually do the journey, or do you actually just look at the map and think, well, these are the speeds we could expect on these sorts of roads?
That might be a question. Can we just have short questions?
Yes.
These are for clarity. These are not for debating, if you don't mind.
No,
so,
sorry.
I wonder if Daniel Cameron. Yeah, I wonder if Sam might be able to answer that one, or if Daniel feels comfortable to do so. Could you choose between the two of you?
So I'm happy to answer. So, well, I'll try and provide my layperson's response, and I'll let Sam give the considered engineer's response. So the times are based on an average of journey times at peak time. So we have the AM peak time and we have the PM peak time. So they're based on a number of journeys through that time, and then we've taken the average. So some days it might be longer, depending on, you know, if you're coming down School Road looking to turn onto Church Road, how many cars you see before you turn right at that junction, and you might then take the idea, well, I'll carry on the other way and avoid that junction altogether and get onto Church Road at another more suitable junction.
Okay, thank you. And I've got
Sam, do you have anything to add?
No, Chair, thank you. Daniel's actually said that quite right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Can we ask you, Councillor Warble?
One final, very brief one. In this, there's a letter from Taylor Wimpey's solicitor which talks about, which questions whether he's been double charged for supporting the school travel plan and the school development. Has that been resolved, answered?
That's not a planning issue, is it?
I thought it was.
Daniel, can you answer that?
So,
I don't think that's a planning issue, is it?
So in terms of the previous application, we currently have an appeal before us, although it's yet to be given a start date by the inspectorate. So that council opinion is provided to the applicant and is provided in support of their application. And I think it's useful for members to see, to gain an idea of the position the applicants intend to take at appeal. Now, in terms of this application, in my discussions with the applicant, they are more than happy to sign up to a Section 106 for the contributions outlined by Suffolk County Council and our other infrastructure partners, so that we would see a Section 106 signed that would deliver everything that's being asked for at this moment.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warboys. Councillor Stringer, if you have questions.
Yes, I do.
Please.
Yes, I do, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple. In the much heralded appeal decision on paragraph 52, I think paragraph 53, it clearly states that there was an identified need for the housing that was unmet somewhere else. What identified need for these houses do we have in Elmswell? You also mentioned that you can walk to facilities such as health and schools, etc., by accessing School Road. How do you access on foot School Road from this site? Can you show me the route? Because unless you're crossing a railway line, I think the route is,
I'll let them show you the route.
Please show me the route.
We don't need the full debate of what the problem is. We just want the question answered. Daniel, can you do that for Councillor Stringer, please?
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that, and then we'll come back, because I feel you've got another question, Councillor Stringer.
I have, yeah.
Yeah. We're getting into sort of a lot all at once.
Okay, so in terms of the route, of course, you're right, you would have to go through the Taylor Wimpey site. So the route, if you were probably going on foot, would be the blue dotted line that we can see at present here. If we go back, that of course links up with the proposed footway cycleway route through to Woolpit as well. Now, in terms of identified needs, we have got a 5-year housing land supply in mid-Suffolk, although I think that paragraph in the report also notes that can't be seen to be a ceiling on development. It needs to be it is a base mark for us to reach. So we do have applications coming forward. We do have allocations coming forward in the joint local plan. And I believe that the local need and other information in the Long Melford case was supplied at appeal by the applicants.
Right. So just if
I think you've got your answer, Councillor Stringer. But if you ask your next question,
I don't feel I have. But
I'm sort of with you on that. But I think we can do it in debate when you bring that up in debate. That would be useful, I think. Your third question, if you would.
Okay. Well, okay. I prefer to have the information before I debate. But anyway, the alternative routes. I'm completely mystified in terms of, is the junction at School Road and Church Road at capacity or over capacity and is heavily congested? If so, how would someone leaving this site in a car know that they should take the alternative route and that the junction's snagged up and congested? I don't understand, given that most drivers, every driver, normally measures a journey in time, and they normally take the shortest route in time, and every sat-nav does that. So I don't quite understand, just because an alternative road exists, how will drivers take the alternative route and know they should?
So I think in terms of drivers knowing to take alternative routes, I think part of it is, probably speaking from my experience getting to work, there are certain routes that I will go, there are certain routes that I will try and avoid, but that comes from an element of experience. I think as well, there's also an element of looking at the other traffic on the road and making a judgment call based on where you might see them go. Now, we do have an application at School Road that's looking to bring forward some junction improvements, but at present, as I understand it within the TA, and maybe Sam Harvey can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, at present, the junction is busy, but it is not at capacity. It comes to capacity with the other planned developments coming forward within Elmswell. Is that correct, Sam?
Yes, that's correct. With the committed developments and this proposed development in the year 2024, it's at capacity, just over, actually.
Can we just have clarity on that? Is that including this application or before this application? It's including,
so it's the committed development that's been put forward and has been given permission. This proposed development, growth, and also the year 2024.
Does that help, Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, yes. So that answer doesn't include what's already coming up in. That doesn't include their neighbourhood plan and joint local plan allocations.
May I come in on that?
Yeah, please do.
So in terms of the neighbourhood plan, that is at a very early stage and is not is of limited weight at this current time. I believe it's just out as a draft. I don't think it's got any further than that. It's only at stage 2. In terms of our emerging local plan, Daniel just mentioned the school road allocation. That allocation is for 50. That is on the corner of the school road, just to the south of Elmswell Hall itself, but on this side, on the south side of the railway track. That allocation has already foreseen the traffic issues, and within that allocation there is junction improvements required of that allocation to School Road and Church Road. So you know, the local plan in terms of its allocations has already taken into account the cumulative junction improvements necessary or needing to be explored as part of that process. But ultimately, it is recognised that there will be a point where we get to capacity, and you know, once hopefully the emerging local plan is on board, that will come forward on that basis. In the meantime, we are not yet at the, and we admit we're quite close, but we're not yet at that point where we've exceeded official capacity. Does that help?
Right, I think that's helpful, and I think with respect to your good self, Councillor Stringer, if we can bring that up further in the debate, because I'm sure a lot of people have something to say on that. So we've got that in our armoury for discussion, if that's all right with you. Can we move on to Councillor Norris, if he has any questions, please?
Thank you. Not really a question as such. It's,
well, I only need questions at this time, Councillor Norris.
I was just going to explain there's really some points regarding planning and policy.
No, I don't want explanations. Sorry, okay, sorry. Was it a point of policy that you don't understand? Is that it?
Sorry?
Councillor Norris, these are questions. What is the question?
No, the questions relate. It's more for the debate. I'm saying.
Right, well then, can we hang on for the debate then?
These are comments more for the debate rather than the question. So I will reserve.
Wait until the debate then.
That's right.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mallon, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is the officer in his presentation made the comment that the cycling and walking link to Woolpit from Elmswell has been progressed. I think that was the words he used, or has been taken further forward. Can we just unpack that a bit and see, or perhaps have a bit more information on how far it's progressed, how it's progressed, what's the likelihood and timing of its construction?
So in terms of timings, I might have to defer to colleagues from Highways. But in terms of the footway cycleway link, it utilises it will utilise a combination of Sustrans land and land coming forward from allocated developments through 278 works to bring to fruition, and we'd also see a contribution from this application towards it. In terms of bringing it forward, it was part of the Suffolk County Council Cycle Strategy Investment Plan, which was discussed by Mid-Suffolk Council and resolved to support, and is shown on page 92. I think the fact that the majority of that table is blank, I think, does illustrate the fact that although the route is proposed and work is going forward to deliver it, there are probably some question marks about how quickly it can be delivered. Although probably that is a case for how quickly development sites come forward following adoption of the joint local plan as well. I'll hand over to Sam Harvey, and she might be able to fill in a little bit more information for you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. The applications that have come forward that we've secured some money through Section 106, at present we have monies available. We have enough money to start the design for, but I'm unable to give you a time for when construction would be, because it depends on funding and it depends on design. At the moment, there isn't a trigger given for any of the developments that are putting funding into here, as in before occupation or on the 50th occupation, etc. So I'm able to give you timings.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Mellon, do you have a further question?
Yeah, one more. Thank you, Chair. In the papers we received, there was the legal opinion which the previous application had received on their appeal. Can I just ask, is that a material consideration?
It's not a material consideration to this application, but it is to make members aware of the appeal rumbling on in the background, and the approach likely to be taken by the applicants at the appeal. In terms of material weight, no, it's not material. We should be considering this application that is before us on its own merits.
Okay,
That's
thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Humphreys, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gould, any questions?
No, my questions have already been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I did make one. I think you answered my question that I had noted up to, so we're all right on that one. Thank you very much. So we now move on to public speakers, and I will
I beg your pardon, Madam Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Caston. I do beg your pardon. Do you have a question? I beg your pardon. You're on the next
yes,
page.
please. Question regarding the secondary school places provision. Does the infrastructure delivery plan deal with this need we have from this particular development for secondary school places, and is it physically able to expand using the 272,000 that is provided?
It's my understanding that it is, yes. The Education Authority don't tend to, well, if the school isn't capable of being expanded, there would be a need for a Section 106 contribution in order to provide a new facility. Given that they've asked for SIL in this instance, there should be sufficient place at the site to expand. It will likely also expand as a result of the other applications and sites coming forward in Elmswell through current applications and the joint local plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Apologies about that. So we now ask the Parish Council representative, Peter Dow, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee, if you would, please, and Robert will tell us the 3 minutes, and I believe on screen it will mark it down. Is that correct, Robert?
Self twice. So we won't have a marker, but if I will let Mr. Dow know when there's 30 seconds, if that's acceptable.
That would be helpful. Mr. Dow, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for having me. You can hear me?
Indeed, very clear.
Elmswell Parish Council's position is clearly and frequently stated, and the village was much relieved at the Control Committee decision in February of this year to refuse exactly this application. Councillors and the public took this to be a pivotal moment when another off-plan, opportunistic planning application was assessed at length by members and officers and found to be a step too far in the gradual drip erosion of our quality of life, in that it would overload key infrastructure elements can go. Particularly highways, as has been suggested by members, this fanciful suggestion of alternative access routes, all of which use the same junction. And to answer Councillor Warboys, I think it was, the queue is estimated at the school road application to be 18 cars at a time. Members may be aware of the uplifting spirits in the neighbouring siege villages of Thurston, Woolpit, etc., at the thought that there really is a line to be drawn in the sand. Elmswell Parish Council, on behalf of its community, urges members to stick to their original resolve in drawing that line. We ask that you resist the honeyed words of the applicant's advisors who trot out the mantras of sustainable development, etc., encouraging the idea that another 65 houses will add to Elmswell's vitality, and who suggest there is merit in the ongoing appeal. The tactics being used here of parallel applications during the appeal process amount to a form of blackmail. The applicant does not hide this. Members are offered a second chance with the inescapable implication that it is an offer they can't refuse. Please do exactly that. Nothing has changed. The decision to say that this is an application too far should stand, and Elmswell urges members to stick to their guns and to refuse again.
Thank you for that. Now, do we have any questions for the Parish Council? Councillor Warboys.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer?
Yes, I do, Chair. The officer said regarding the Elmswell local plan, neighbourhood plan, that it was at an early stage. But he then went on to say that you were approaching draft stage. I've been through a neighbourhood plan process. Draft stage is not an early stage.
Well, Councillor Stringer, can you ask a question, or we will debate that point?
I will ask a question, but I don't want to speak over you. So what I was asking was, at what stage actually are you at? Have you done a load of surveys, meetings with the public, and paid consultants work, etc.?
Yes, we've done all of those things, largely because we've been doing this for the last 7 years. It is very well advanced, but not yet advanced enough to be put on paper and called a plan, largely because of issues which are reiterated here regarding the relief road, the cycle path, etc., all of which are very much up in the air and which very much muddy the waters. We are within 3 weeks of presenting to officers at Mid Suffolk a raw draft for their first opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer, any further questions?
No, that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Norris?
Sorry, no questions.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon?
No questions, Chair.
Councillor Humphreys?
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Gould?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caston?
No questions, thank you.
And I don't have a question. So thank you for that. We don't have an objector or supporter, so I will now ask the agent, Matt Gilbert, to speak, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee, please.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to make a few brief comments. Daniel Cameron, of course, has already referred you to the previous proposal on this site, as has Mr. Dow on behalf of the Parish Council. And I should say that in submitting this application, we have generally proceeded on the principles that whilst we are aware there are other concerns, and particularly in relation to highways, which Mr. Dow has just referred to, they did not justify refusal last time around, and they were accepted by your committee, and I hope that still is the case. And so therefore that really leaves us with the concerns that were set out within the previous refusal that related to infrastructure, and particularly regarding school places. Now, our application has given a great deal of thought to those matters, which is all set out in the submitted papers. And you will also have seen that they've been addressed in detail in the officer's report that you have before you today. And Mr. Cameron has, in introducing this application, gone through those various infrastructure issues, and with the advice and support of the County Council, has concluded that all of the infrastructure issues can be addressed through the SIL and Section 106 payments. National guidance, of course, makes clear that where such matters can be addressed by these means, planning permission should not be refused. Now, With respect to the specific issue of school places, the Education Authority confirmed that their plans for school provision for both Elmswell and Woolpit will be met through either a new school or an expanded school located in Woolpit. And it's confirmed, furthermore, that there will be space to accommodate pupils from this development, as well as those from other planned and committed proposals. Its approach is recognised in your infrastructure delivery plan and is now supported by your planning policy officers as well. Therefore, I hope you can see why your officers and the County Council both advise that this is a matter for a financial contribution and not a reason why planning permission should be refused. We support the conclusions in your officer's report, and I take from that report the facts that this proposal is highly sustainable, it will support local services, it will provide 22 affordable dwellings and deliver significant social and economic benefits. And of course, there are no infrastructural reasons why the development should not be permitted. And it's for those reasons, Chair, that I encourage members to approve this application proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. May we have questions for the agent? Councillor Warboys, anything from you, please?
Yes, I do. In the reasons for refusal of planning application, as well as the impact on the infrastructure, there was also a comment at the end of it about the local planning authority attempting to discuss its concerns with the applicant, but was not able to secure the necessary improvements to the scheme that would have enabled the proposals to be considered more favourably. Has the developer now been discussing this proposal with the local planning authority?
Well, throughout the course of this application, the answer to that is yes, that we've been in touch with Mr. Cameron and trying to answer any queries that he may have had, or indeed other consultees have had during that process. And of course, the culmination of that the process of discussion is that you have before you a recommendation that the application be approved. So in my mind, at least, I think that we can't go much further than getting that recommendation before you today. There's nothing outstanding there that we have not provided that we have been asked for example.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer, a question for the agent, please?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. You referred to the site being highly sustainable. Is there any issues with this site up and above any other site, like ground conditions, that would cause any extra works to be carried out?
I'm not aware of anything significant with the site. There is some residue of its past use, I understand, that has to be dealt with, and of course, as with any development site, there would be a cost associated with doing that. But as in general terms, there is no significant issue that in any way questions the ability to bring the development forwards.
Thank you. Any further question, Councillor Stringer?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Norris?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Mellon?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The officer, Daniel Cameron, has said that you're happy to pay the Section 106 and SIL monies that would be charged from this development. Is that correct?
We've written to Mr. Cameron to confirm in relation to this application that we will make those contributions if you resolve to grant planning permission.
Okay, can I then ask why you've sought a legal opinion, a detailed legal opinion on challenging these amounts?
That was something that we took in relation to the previous application that, of course, is the subject of an appeal. What we have made clear is that we do, with the greatest of respect, have queries in relation to a number of those requested payments, so far as in terms of their justification, as it were. And so, therefore, if the matter went to appeal, they would be arguments that we would put to the appeal inspector. But so far as this application is concerned, we've taken what I think I described in the email as a pragmatic approach and said, look, we will make those payments in relation to this particular proposal. That's without prejudice to the position we have in relation to the appeal proposal, were we ever to get to that point. I hope we won't.
Okay, I can't quite understand whether you're happy to pay.
Councillor Mallon, it's questions, it's not whether you're understanding it. We'll debate it ourselves.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Councillor Humphreys?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Gould?
No questions. Thank you.
Councillor Caston?
No questions. Thank you.
And myself, no. I think we'll just leave it as it is for debate. And so thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to turn off your video, thank you. And I will now ask the ward member, Councillor Mansell, if you would speak, please. Councillor Mansell, thank you.
Would it be possible for Councillor Geek to go first?
I haven't got her down here. Sorry, I didn't know she was going. Of course it would be possible. Absolutely. Councillor Geek, if you would like to.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say to begin with that I support the points that Mr Dow from Elmswell Parish Council has made. In addition, I'd like to point out that the infrastructure issues have still not been addressed. As the committee papers say, page 25, the current application is materially identical to the previous application in many senses. The site isn't included in the joint local plan land allocations, it's not included in the neighbourhood plan allocations. This was a factor cited by several members in the debate and the decision in February, and there is no difference now to the weighting that should be given to those two plans compared to February. The settlement boundary is not out of date. There is no local need in the village for more housing. Elmswell's got nearly 700 homes already in the pipeline. Page 29, as we've seen, still talks about how there is a primary school within a 12-minute walk. This is still completely irrelevant. The children from this site won't be able to be accommodated at Elmswell's primary school, not now and not in the future. All of this development's primary school children will need to be transported outside the village, with massive knock-on effects for traffic at especially at the School Road and New Road junctions. And the preschool mentioned in this paragraph is equally irrelevant. That particular preschool is full. Planning permission hasn't yet been granted for another one. Now, at the moment, that new primary school envisaged in Woolpit doesn't exist, and the cycle and footpath between Elmswell and Woolpit doesn't yet exist. We've heard about the uncertainty over timing and funding, and the necessary agreements for both of those have not yet been secured. I think I'm right in saying that because of this, no weight can be put on those. I mean, really, as you'll have noticed, there's just an awful lot of unknowns still to be sorted out. In any case, the proposed cycling and walking route between the two villages is hilly and difficult. It goes over the A14 on a bridge shared with lorries. That cycle path is not a panacea. It makes sustainable travel between those two villages possible, but not easy. The choice, in inverted commas, of which means of transport to use to get your children to a school in Woolpit is tilted significantly in favour of the car at present. Now, you may say, but there will be a bus. But in another village, in Laxfield, the Baber Mid-Suffolk Planning Policy team commented that, and I quote, if the primary school could not expand, development would cause adverse harm in respect of social and environmental conditions, because the children arising from this development would need to be bused or driven to the nearest primary school. So if a lack of primary school places in Laxfield is harmful, surely this is also the case in Elmswell. And then lastly, page 28 of the papers talks about the employment that the construction will provide. House building is a powerful stimulus for growth. It both creates and supports many jobs while it is going on. Well, as I said to you all back in February, so does coal mining. We can't cover our countryside with more and more development just because it creates jobs while it's being built. These houses, if indeed they are ever built, will stand for a century or more. The carbon emissions caused by their building will be around for even longer. We have to look to the future rather than concentrating on the short term. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Would you like to have questions now, if anybody would like questions for you as ward member, because obviously you want to go, don't you?
No, I'll stay until questions after Sarah. If you want to take the questions for both of us together, I'd be fine with that. I don't mind. OK. Councillor Mansell, would you like to give us your views on this, please?
Thank you. I'll try not to repeat what other people have already said, but I would just like to reiterate that this application is materially identical to the application which this committee determined and refused back in February. So there's been no change to this application, but are there any other material factors that we need to, which maybe have changed? And as far as I can see, there has been a committee decision which was later on in February to approve the application on the land north of Bury Road, Woolpit, which includes the site for potential site for the new primary school. But the decision notice has yet to be issued, so that is still completely uncertain. We do not know when or if such a school will ever materialise, and even if it did, as Councillor Geek has said, it is a completely unsustainable solution for education provision for children who live in this development or anywhere in Elmswell. And the other things that I think have changed is that we have even more uncertainty because of COVID and because of Brexit. And we don't even know if these houses are really needed. We don't know what effect any of those are going to have on the housing need of Woolpit. So in my opinion, this is still an unsustainable development and it will put unacceptable pressure on the existing infrastructure. The highways response still makes the mind boggle. The highways response of the 13th of June 2020 is remarkable. It's on page 18 of our committee report. It says that we don't need to worry that the traffic model predicts queues and delays on School Road because in reality, these are unlikely to occur. Apparently, drivers from this development will find an alternative route rather than queuing. They will travel down New Road to Cross Street Junction and turn east or west. Firstly, what's the point of doing traffic modelling if when it gives the wrong answer, we just ignore it? Secondly, what Suffolk County Highways don't seem to have cottoned on to is the fact that any route, westerly route out of Elmswell, and in fact, it's quite clearly shown on slide 13 that all of those routes to the west of Elmswell go through the School Road, Church Road junction. There is no other way out of Elmswell in that direction. You have to go through that junction. And the alternative route of going down New Road, that road hasn't got a pavement all the way down it. It's in the middle of the village. It is highly used by pedestrians. The last thing we want to do is encourage traffic to be going down New Road. We also hear from Suffolk County Council that if work allows, people may travel outside of the peak hours to avoid queues and delays. That's marvellous, but a lot of the traffic created by this development will be people driving their children to school, and school does not allow travel outside of peak hours of the morning. So what we'll end up with is queues, frustration, and more importantly, pollution, which affects drivers, walkers, cyclists, and residents alike. Now, we've heard that there is some opinion that the reasons for the previous decision are not robust, but we've subsequently been told that that is not a material consideration, and we really won't know what whether they are robust or not until it's been tested. So I really don't see why this committee should change its mind, because effectively it's what I call tantamount to bullying to change their minds for this decision. There has been no change since February, and if there has been any change, it's made it more unacceptable. The joint local plan has no more weight than it did in February. And in my opinion, the infrastructure delivery plan solution for education provision for this part of our district is so unsustainable, it beggars belief. So I would urge you to stick with your previous decision to refuse this application. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Councillor Mansell and Councillor Geek. Just before we go to questions, can I just ask Daniel just to point out any significant changes so that we can then ask questions accordingly between this and the other one? Could you just point that out to make it clear for members? Thank you, Daniel.
So in terms of the description of the applications, they're both the same. Both are for outline planning permission with access to be considered for the erection of up to 65 houses. In that respect, they are material identical. In terms of the reason for refusal previously, that leaned heavily on the infrastructure provision within Elmswell and Woolpit. In looking at that again with our infrastructure partners and our planning policy team, we have found that there isn't the same support for that reason of refusal here, hence the fact that we've moved away from the reason of refusal given previously by committee. That said, we are looking at an outline application, so there's a limit to how much information will be provided at this point. And we will get a second application if approved to discuss the reserve matters, at which point we can start to look into more matters of appearance, layout, landscaping and scale.
Right, thank you for that. But that was just as Councillor Mansell, you'd brought up, that very eloquently. So I just thought we could get that on the table. So let's go to questions for the ward members, and you can ask them jointly, as it were. Councillor Warboys.
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Norris.
Sorry, I was muted. No questions, thank you.
Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, sorry, I was just struggling to unmute.
I know, you hit the button and then it closes and then it opens again. So,
I think you missed Councillor Stringer out of the list for me, but I'm happy to go first.
Oh, is he? No, I've got I'm
yeah.
going to a list here. Oh, sorry. I won't say it, but Councillor Mellon, you go ahead and then we'll put in Councillor Stringer.
Yeah. So the question is for the ward members around the progress of this neighbourhood plan and the work that the parish council's been doing on that. Would you? What's your perception of the feelings of the community about this development? Is there anyone who's positive about it?
I think, Sarah, that's probably one for you.
I don't know of anybody who is positive about development in Elmswell. I think the vast majority of the residents think that we've already got almost 700 houses being built in the village, and that is sufficient. Why do we need any more? I would say that is the sort of generic fallback position of most residents that I've come across. They all get frustrated about the traffic through the village and about the health provision. Those are the things that commonly crop up when you talk to residents, and I can only reiterate what Peter Dow said about the neighbourhood plan. We are fast approaching our first sort of draft, which will be sent to the district council in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Councillor Stringer, sorry, you weren't on my list. I have to go down my list. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is also regarding the neighbourhood plan. Have you assessed if there would be any fallout to your neighbourhood plan if this were approved?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by fallout. This particular site is not likely to be allocated in the draft neighbourhood plan. It's not allocated in the joint local plan, and the neighbourhood plan has been trying to dovetail with the joint local plan. We already have, as far as the joint local plan goes, the existing sites meet the requirements. I know there's no harm in over meeting the requirements. So I can't see that it's going to cause a problem if we don't get this one, because we've got plenty of other things that will be allocated sites. Is that real? I don't really know what you meant by fallout, but
sorry, my question was the other way. Would approving this do any damage to your neighbourhood plan?
Probably not. But other than the fact that we've already got too much traffic at the School Road, Church Road junction, and if we have another 65 dwellings that aren't allocated, it's going to make the situation worse.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Is that sufficient with your questions?
Yeah, yes, Chair, I think so.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Humphreys?
Madam Chair, no questions, thank you.
Councillor Gould?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Caston?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A question to Councillor Mansell. You described the infrastructure delivery plan as unsustainable. You couldn't just tell me a bit more about why you believe that's unsustainable?
I believe it is unsustainable to educate children in one of the largest villages in the county in another village. I resent the officers mentioning combining and talking about the infrastructure provision of Elmswell and Woolpit collectively. Elmswell and Woolpit are two separate large communities, and there is, as I see it, the plan is not being what we call plan-led, because if you had a plan-led system, you would make sure that the development of housing goes alongside the development of education provision within a community, not outside of a community. How educating children in the next door village can be called sustainable when everyone is going to be driving their children over the A14 beggars belief. It is completely unsustainable to encourage people to be driving their children to primary school.
Thank you for that.
Much.
And I don't have any questions for the ward members. So if we move on, we now move into the debate. So I'm going in the order that this has been given to me, so I do apologise. We will go first of all to Councillor Caston, please. We're opening the debate. Do you have some comments to make, please?
No. Sorry, mute. No comments at the debate, but you'll go round again, will you?
Yes, I will indeed.
Yeah, yes. Sorry, I was expecting to be last on the list.
Sorry, so was I, but I'm just going by what's been printed off for me. So okay. I don't miss everybody, but sadly I missed Councillor Stringer a minute ago. Apologies. Councillor Gould, do you have something to say with regard to this application?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. For me, the question here is whether there's been sufficient material changes so as to justify a different decision to that we took last time. And I'm having difficulty in thinking that there are substantive material differences to what we saw before.
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, Peter. Did you say that are or aren't? I didn't hear you.
I had difficulty seeing that there are material differences to last time. So it's a long-winded way of making a simple point. Apologies for that.
No, I misheard you. Thank you.
A kind of an alternative question is whether the reasons the committee had for refusing the application last time were sufficiently robust, and there's a challenge from the applicant's QC in that respect. But I don't actually recall any caution or advice from the officers at the point that we were discussing and voting on those reasons for refusal, such as to make us think that they weren't sufficiently robust. But if the officers have a different view on that and what we were advised, I'd welcome being reminded of it. I suppose another kind of issue is whether the Long Melford appeal decision, which has come in since we looked at the last application, is so instructive on this case that really we have to pay regard to it. But we are not told that in those terms in the report. It is simply put before us in the table papers. And similarly, we are given the legal opinion of the applicant's barrister. We're told it's not material. So question, why is it there then? And if it is there and it's important and it is saying something about the decision that we took last time, I would have appreciated having the benefit of some advice, whether privileged or not, in relation to that opinion. So that's where I'm sitting at the moment on this application, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gould. I think that's a very valid point. I must admit I did mention it in our briefing as well. So perhaps either John or Daniel could just give us a little bit of a steer of Councillor Gould's question regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How to unpack this then? Ultimately, this is the same application as before, but we as officers consider the circumstances have altered, but I will make a point that we did recommend this for approval previously, and we're maintaining that view in any event. The differences, Long Melford appeal is a significant difference because it defined to not just this authority as Mid Suffolk District Council, but other authorities as well, that we can't have a cap on development just because housing need has been dealt with as far as a 5-year housing supply is concerned. That will not get accepted by the Secretary of State if we go to that point. So we have to bear that in mind. That is significant in that respect, and that is a difference. We have got changes in terms of accessibility to services, which was a point of the refusal in this case. Those changes, and what weight you give to those changes is your debate, but it does concern a cycle strategy that this council has sought to support of the county. That cycle strategy now includes the link between Woolpit and Elmswell as part of that strategy. We have got contributions actively being made towards that viable link, something that we didn't have when this application was first dealt with previously. In terms of our policy position, I might ask Dan to make more comments on that because I've not been involved in those direct discussions myself, but we are not comfortable or confident in respect of the position taken about educational services access, and we don't have any objection from the county on this basis. And I think that's simply it, and I can't really add much more than that.
Thank you for that, John. One thing I would just say is you mentioned that we have contributions towards the cycle strategy that we didn't have before, but the applicant has clearly said they're running a tandem appeal with the inspector. Now, which one's going to win out? If members are minded to approve this one, where we've got contributions, and the inspector says, well, we like the other one, or the inspector puts it through on appeal, we won't get the contributions. So we're damned if we do and damned if we don't, either way. Would that be a fair point to take into account? Pardon?
Unfortunately, planning is often about timing. At this moment in time, the appeal, as I understand it, is not at that stage. There is no decision, and it's not yet. So at the moment, we don't know where that journey may take us. That is a separate journey to the application before us. The application before us has got security on those provisions as set out in your papers on page 36.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is if the contributions, we decide to approve this one and we say, yes, we like this one, and then the Secretary of State says, well, he likes that one, we lose the contributions anyway, don't we?
Potentially, they could implement that appeal decision and pursue that if they were allowed, as opposed to anything secured under this application.
Right, OK. Well, sorry to have jumped in there, but Councillor Gould brought up a valid point there. We move on to Councillor Humphreys, if you would, please.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, a few points. I'm going to cover some of the stuff that's brought up in questions. Didn't see the point in doing it there. There's lots of talk about what's going on in and around, or rather around, the actual development itself, not so much about development, the outline plan. There were comments about not being able to walk from that development to School Road. Because there's a railway line there, we can still walk there. There's a crossing and people walk there every day, both sides, south to north, north to south. So I don't see that's an issue. Alternative routes and timings, there are some, and there's some issues with the timings, and I get the points about, well, are those timings correct? Are they for each time of the day? But they're a stab in the dark, but there are alternative routes. And as with the current residents, new residents will find new routes, new ways. They'll have favourite routes, or they'll put up with traffic jams, but again they'll adapt and overcome. But that's outside of the actual development. The neighbourhood plan, Councillor Stringer kept going on about the neighbourhood plan, but even the councillor from the parish said that actually it's not an advanced stage. In fact, it's not even down on paper yet, so therefore it's got limited weight right at this moment. I think that's an important point to remember, that it's got limited weight. Schooling, as has been alluded to by the officers, Suffolk County Council don't see an issue with this. It's still contributions, and they believe that there's enough schooling that will be adequate for this development and the town of village of Elmswell. Councillor Geek, to say there's no housing requirement, I find that incredible. There is a housing requirement, and that's definitely the intention of the government right now. And people need housing, especially affordable housing. To link it to coal mining and carbon footprint, I found fanciful. Would we say the same if we're going to build a hospital, which has the same sort of carbon output on actually developing it and building it? It brings much needed employment, and especially in these post-COVID days, that is important, and so is housing, however you look at it. There is a good mix of housing on this development. I believe there will be, as in affordable housing and market housing. Highways have not got a major issue, and educational, again, no major comments from Suffolk County Council due to SIL contributions. In my opinion, there are no planning reasons why you can turn this down, but that's just my opinion. And it's great that developers agree to pay the sums that he's been asked to pay. Yeah, Councillor Mansell, she expressed her own opinion on the infrastructure delivery plan, but the officers have already stated that actually it actually delivers everything it's meant to deliver in the right way. So it's a personal opinion on that. There is a cycle lane to Woolpit. We keep going on about vehicles and the fact people will have to drive to Woolpit to school. Would we have the same argument if in 10 years' time, everybody that drove had an electric car? They'll be using cars, just a different type, which have a low carbon output. So therefore, I don't see the issue. People do drive to school. They'll continue to drive to school. But there is an option of walking, and there is an option of a cycle lane, which is going to be further developed. I looked at, like Councillor Gould, what's the difference between this application and a previous application on refusal? And it's on 1210 on page 35. The previous reason for refusal concerning the impacts on the infrastructure to villages is noted, but is addressed by the content of the emergent joint local plan and the infrastructure delivery plan, irrespective of your own personal comments on that, which addresses education infrastructure in both Elmswell and Woolpit through the development of a new primary school in Woolpit and the expansion of the existing school in Elmswell. Consultation with Suffolk County Council confirms that sufficient capacity is available within the facilities to accommodate both the planned level of growth in Elmswell and Woolpit, but also that of windfall developments such as this application. Therefore, our previous reason for refusal was pretty much based on that, and yet it seems to be addressed. So at the moment, I'm finding it hard to find a planning reason why you'd refuse this. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Humphreys. We come to Councillor Mellon, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to say right at the start that I wasn't on the planning committee when this decision, the previous decision, was determined. And as a very junior member of the committee and a relatively new councillor, I find this a strange situation, and I don't like the situation we're in, where we have a second application before us, identical to the first, and yet there's and also an appeal running. It feels strange. It feels wrong. Can
I just advise you on that, Councillor Mellon? This happens all the time. Sorry to interrupt. Beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chair. anyway, we are where we are. We've got to deal with this one. I did read the applicant's legal opinion on the previous application, and was somewhat overawed by that. But I was glad to hear that it's not actually a material consideration in this case. So the weight we have to put on the changes that have happened since the last time this decision was made, that seems to be the critical thing. And there aren't many changes. The only thing that seems to have changed is that the potential walking and cycling link has got a step forward, a minor step forward on the process. It's nowhere near being delivered. The developments around Woolpit and Elmswell, there's a lot going on there. There's a kind of nexus of development around those two villages, which is concerning for residents. It's concerning for the ward members as community representatives, and we can start to see already, I think, the cumulative effects in terms of increased, traffic, increased congestion, and we know that there's a lot more to come in terms of the allocated sites from the JLP, which are not even, shovel ready yet. So this one is sort of there when there's still others we know are definitely going to come. And I have a struggle with it because I can see the cumulative effects when I drive through Elmswell already. It may be in 10 years' time that we're all driving electric cars, but you can still have a traffic jam full of electric cars. We need to move away from people being in their cars, and it can be done. I mean, I went to school in Kesgrave, where the school there has the highest proportion of cycle travel of any school in Europe, and that's simply because the infrastructure is there in place. If we could do that here, it would be great, and that would certainly help to ameliorate the problems there. But I'll listen to the rest of the debate, but that's where I stand at the moment. Not very much, not very keen on this application, and somewhat feeling it between a rock and a hard place.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I think you've put my words into the fall there, between a rock and a hard place. It's difficult. Thank you for your comments. Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sorry,
No, you're fine.
Oops, I've come
You're
back
fine.
again. Right, thanks. I do have to say I still have considerable reservations concerning the infrastructure capacity for this development on top of what's already been approved for Elmswell, including on highways matters. I have concerns regarding the comments from Planning Policy Department on page 21. In the first paragraph, the mention of the proposal would expand Elmswell further than what is being strategically planned for. In the second paragraph, they talk about there are infrastructure provisions that need to be taken into consideration as to how future development can deliver sustainable needs. And in the third paragraph, significant material considerations from an ecology, biodiversity, landscape, heritage and setting value to the area should be comprehensively assessed. So overall, I feel that I will not be able to support this second application on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. And now we come to Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard from others that there's a cycle route in. There is education provision, all accommodated, but it isn't. The cycle link is not here. It is a route proposed on a map that has been roughly costed. That's it. That's as far as we've got. So if you're adding more to the weight of sustainability, then that needs to be, you know, a lot further down the road as far as I'm concerned. I also just want to reiterate the point, because one of the councillors certainly didn't understand about the walking route. Yes, people walk across that railway junction every day, but the likelihood of them doing it if they live tens of metres away from the road that allows them to do that, just to get right the way round to a point that's probably 50 yards from where they started, the likelihood of them doing that is remote. So what they will do is jump in their car. That is the basis of sustainable development. You make the right decision, the easiest one. And this proposal makes the wrong decision the easiest and most likely, in my opinion. What I think we need to, what's changed? What has changed? We've agreed a timetable on our joint local plan, which that plan doesn't allocate this site. We've also heard, we haven't seen the neighbourhood plan, but the neighbourhood plan for Elmswell has been years in the making, which means public consultation. Where would you like your development? And the Secretary of State actually puts a huge amount of weight behind those consultations because it's the agreement of the people. So the people don't agree to this because it's not proposed as part of their neighbourhood plan. It's not in our joint local plan, despite it being highly sustainable, we're told. Yet this thing about education, all the county council's doing is taking the contribution and say, yeah, well, actually, we can move them to this other facility that we haven't built yet as the growth comes. But it won't be in that village, which is, I agree with the board member, that's highly unsustainable, and it's not brilliant for a community either to have children bussed around like that and moved around like that to schools. We were pushed towards looking at the appeal inspection at Long Melford, you know, and I have to say that paragraph 53 is paramount for me. It shewed there that there was an identified local need that hadn't been fulfilled, therefore it was agreed. There is an identified local need in Elmswell, which has been fulfilled by its draft neighbourhood plan, and it's by our own joint local plan. So as far as I'm concerned, I would be voting against this and stick in line with our original decision and let an appeal inspector work out whether that infrastructure is actually there and deliverable.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stringer. We now have Councillor Warboys, please.
Yes, I think I must repeat what has been said several times before, that there's been no substantial changes with this planning application. The site has got concerns about deliverability. We haven't mentioned earlier that there is just one single access onto a site, and the recommendations are of a site that size, it should have two possible ways of actually getting in and out of the site. I think the infrastructure improvements are actually sort of potential. They aren't being realised, and I do think I understand from this that they are dependent on the development that's already going on, the 680 houses or so that are already being planned for Elmswell. This is an additional 10% or so on top of that. And we did mention that from highways that though this is going to be managed by the system, it will push the junctions over capacity. That by their own admissions that these junctions are, with the development that's already been planned, are approaching capacity, and further development will take them over capacity. It's been mentioned that the infrastructure is being proposed, and I think Annick Bennett from Strategic Planning, Policy and Infrastructure, there says been progress with some of the infrastructure. Therefore, in terms of infrastructure needs derived, there appears to be solutions. These solutions haven't been firmed up. They aren't actually there to trial. I think the notion of having a large primary school in Woolpits, also service Elmswell. I think that should be reviewed. Councillor Humphreys mentioned post-COVID-19. I think we do need to look seriously at larger and larger schools, which could potentially be sites for the transmission of COVID-19 and other diseases. But that is something that is going to be in review in the future. And I think the infrastructure hasn't been put there. The local community have tremendous concerns which have been voiced by the ward members about this impact on the communities, and they do not regard it as sustainable. So I feel I think it has been questioned whether the infrastructure needs has been satisfied. I think it is very much looking at a half pint of beer, that the glass is either half full and half empty. And I think with possibly under pressure, but I'd hesitate to use the word pressure, having looked at the same information again, or perhaps they've decided the infrastructure solutions are half full rather than half empty. I think these need to be tested much more rigorously, and I'd like to see that infrastructure in place before we consider any further development at Elmswell. So I don't think I won't be supporting this application.
Thank you, Councillor Warboys. So that's now me. Well, I did say I think we're between a rock and a hard place on this one, and I think that's what all this planning is about. It's very difficult. As regards the education, I think we had somebody present that said the number of pupils going from Woolpit to Elmswell and Elmswell to Woolpit were about on parity. And I do understand what the ward members are saying about the difficulties of getting across the A14 and taking them from each and every school. But I think many villages don't have the luxury of such close proximity of an alternative school. So I'm not convinced totally that the schooling will be the primary issue of causing grief here. I do hear about the cycleway, and someone has to start somewhere. And it does seem unfortunate that all the other developments have gone ahead without the cycleway provision being put on their applications, but it has to start somewhere. So I think we have a positive from the point of view of a contribution here. And the cycleway, yes, I know it very well. I lived at Woolpit, so I know the area extremely well, and I know the difficulties that are now ensuing on both villages. Very difficult, but as we've said before, they are on the A14 corridor, and that's unfortunately where the developments are going ahead. So I'm listening to everybody's points of view and making notes. You probably see me looking down. I'm making notes myself. And at the moment, I think I'll just leave it that I'm between a rock and a hard place. But if members are minded to refuse it, I think they need to come up with some planning reasons for this, but we haven't got there yet. Councillor Caston hasn't spoken, so I do need to ask Councillor Caston, sorry that, oh no, you haven't, sorry, no, I beg your pardon, you have spoken, but I'm just finishing off now. So as regards my points, I'm still listening to everybody. Councillor Caston, if you've put the hand up, is that for a recommendation only, please?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to get your attention that I haven't spoken yet.
Have you not?
In this debate.
I called you right at the beginning. I beg your pardon. And
yeah,
you said
I was first on the list, and I wasn't quite ready to speak.
All right.
Sorry
well,
about that.
You can have another first go then, if you would please. And once Councillor Caston has spoken, then if anybody wants to make a proposal or a seconder, then use the hands up function for that only. So. Councillor Caston, can you take your hand down, please? Because I've got eyes all over the place at the moment trying to follow this. So if you would like to speak and tell us your views, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, rock and a hard place is definitely a good description of this. I remember this from the last meeting with the when we looked at this. It was a very difficult decision to make then. Elmswell's had a huge amount of development and the infrastructure is being pushed. But we have seen progress. A new primary school in Woolpit is progress. There's more chance of the walking and cycle link. That's progress. Would I like to? I've got to ask myself the question: would I like to go to an appeal and defend this using material planning reasons? I would find that quite difficult. Do I think it will get through appeal? I think it's got a good chance of getting through appeal. I've listened to debate and there's been some really good reasons, but I just don't know if we've got anything strong enough. And do I think the people of Elmswell would be worse off if this was handled in appeal rather than by our planning department and this committee in regards to contributions? Yeah, I think they'd be worse off. We wouldn't have control over those contributions coming in. So it's a really difficult decision to make. But I think if I was going to put myself in a position, it would be over more of the side of the fence with approval, but still, it's a very difficult decision to make. But I think the only way to deal with this is probably to go to the vote on it.
Right. I see Councillor Humphreys and Councillor Caston have put their hands up at the moment. I was going to say we take a break before we do that, but as those hands are up before we go to the break, Councillor Humphreys, can you tell me?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. And I think Councillor Caston summed it up really, really well. I have listened to debate, I've listened to both sides, and you're right, it's not easy. But is it defendable to refuse it? I honestly can't find a planning reason to refuse this. And because of that, and because the comments of Councillor Caston a moment ago, the fact there is no neighbourhood plan, it's not even on paper yet, I would like to recommend approval.
Right. And do I have a proposer for seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'll second that.
That's Councillor Caston. Well, before we move, well, we've got a vote. So yes, sorry, I was going to take a break before we got there. So we haven't asked people to speak to the motion. So can we just have a break for 10 minutes or so at the moment while we've got that on the table, and then come back, and then we can move to the second round of people talking to the motion. So can we do that, please? So, Robert Carmichael, what timing would you suggest? 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, so if we can do that, please, can we just have a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll go round a second time talking to the motion. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Just mute your mics, please. Thank you.
Right, Chair. I've now put us back on live. So if it's okay with yourself, I'll do a roll call to just check that all members are here.
Yes, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just go to my list. So, Councillor Carston.
Present.
Councillor Gould.
Present.
Councillor Guthrie.
Present.
Councillor Humphreys.
Present.
Councillor Mellon.
Present.
Councillor Norris.
Present.
Councillor Stringer.
Present.
And Councillor Warboys.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. We're all here.
Right. So we had a proposal and a seconder. So we need to move forward down the debate again. And I will leave Councillor Caston till later, if I may, as one of the proposers, just for the minute, unless you want to speak now as well, because I'm going down everybody again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have anything to add at this point. I'll be very interested to hear this second time around and just see what councillors are talking about. And thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor Caston. Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm with your words, rock and hard place. I think those applications that you are happy to approve, there are those applications you're glad that can be refused and for good planning reasons. And there are those cases where there aren't, you're not happy about approving it, but the fundamental point is there aren't the planning reasons, sufficient planning reasons to refuse it. And I fear that this is one of those cases, and that's why I'm in terms of it. I don't think, it doesn't feel like, and from what I've heard, and I'm grateful for everything that's been said and questions put, but it seems to me that there aren't the planning reasons to refuse it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. Councillor Humphreys, do you want to speak again now, or do you want to wait until you've heard everyone else and then add anything later?
I'm happy to speak now, actually. I'm not going to change my opinion. I stand by the proposal, mainly because there are no planning reasons to refuse this, and that's what we've got to base it on. We've all got personal opinions, we all like cars, we like bikes, all this side of it, but the fact is this is a planning committee that has to work on the planning policies and principles, and I can't find a planning reason to turn this down. So as Councillor Gould said, yeah, it is a rock and hard place. Some you're not completely happy with, but it comes down to this. What are the rules? What are the regulations? Does this fit in with both of those? Yes, it does. Therefore, I'll stand by the proposal.
Thank you for that, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Mellon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's been very interesting to listen to the debate, and all members of the committee have made some very valid and strong points. But I find myself, I think, coming down on the side of voting against this development. I think we have no certainty about the Link Relief Road, which is sort of long promised but never seems to get much further forward, despite the visit of the previous Secretary of State. We have no real progress on the cycle link. It's moved sort of one step further in a 100-step process, it seems to me. And I believe there is reason to planning reasons to go against this, and I turn to my well-worn copy of the MPPF, paragraph 103. Significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel. And then paragraph 104, minimising the number and length of journeys needed for employment, shopping, leisure, education and other activities. So that, I think, is a reasonable basis to look at this this application and turn it down. So I will be voting against it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Norris.
Thank you. Yes, I've listened to the debate in depth. I'm still unconvinced regarding the infrastructure provision and the amount of travel that will be involved to and from schools and the highways matters in general. So I shall be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. Councillor Stringer.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have to say I disagree with Councillor Gould in terms of his assessment. Yes, there are different types of planning application, but this one falls into where there are significant planning reasons that support this and that don't support this. And I favour those policies, those many policies that don't support this application. For instance, the MPPF. One of the overarching parts of sustainable development is the environmental objective, C. And this fails on C on a number of points. Won't read it out because I haven't got the time. It fails our own joint local plan allocations policy. It fails FC01, CS3, H07, CS06, CS01. And more importantly, it fails the first paragraph for the refusal on page 115. The last sentence says, as sustainable development supported by services and benefiting from suitable access to those services. I don't believe this site has suitable access. Why, even if in the very near future we build all of the cycleways and all of the new routes in Elmswell to Woolpit, to walk to school from here, you first start walking in the opposite direction. You then go in another opposite direction before you can turn back on yourself, walking a little bit closer to the school, and then you walk in another opposite direction. This fails on a fundamental pillar of sustainable development. And as the ward member said, bussing children around in a village of this size, and someone did have the Freudian slip and call it a town, is actually it fails all of that pillar of sustainable development. Now the officer said yes. County officer said, we can accommodate those pupils, we'll just give us the money and we'll bus them around. That is not sustainable, totally unsustainable, according to the MPPF and all of our own policies. Our joint local plan recognised this, which is why we didn't allocate the site. The other issue that I have is we refused a site at Hawley Park because the children had to be bussed from there to get to the nearest school. That distance was less than the distance we're proposing busing these pupils to Woolpit. So frankly, I think this fails on many planning fronts, and I will be sticking with the original decision to refuse this application for the original reasons. It doesn't have suitable access to those many services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Warboys.
Yes, I'll be brief. I think if we voted to support this application, we'd be voting against our own planning policies. As Councillor Norris pointed out, page 21, the proposal would expand Elmswell further than what is being strategically planned for. I don't think Highways nor Suffolk County Council Education Department have come up with convincing outcomes for future travel. It is going to be a congested junction, and the proposals, this further development would take it even further. This is the plan for, it's not going to come up, is it? But the plan for Elmswell, it shows a ring of proposed sites around Elmswell, and this is just taking it that one step too far. We don't have existing infrastructure, concrete infrastructure in place to support further development.
Thank you for that. Well, that now comes down to myself. And there are compelling arguments on both sides. But I do think there has been a move that some of the issues can be accommodated, albeit a little down the line. I think that's where I am at the moment, is that I honestly cannot find what the specific harm is, and what the unacceptable harm in planning terms is, because everybody will argue their point robustly, and we can't go back to the original refusal. And although we've had Council's advice from the applicant's side shown to us, it is Council's advice, and they are very professional people. So I will be voting with the proposal at the moment. So with that in mind, we need to go to a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Robert?
Sorry,
Yeah,
Chair.
yeah, that's all right.
Right. So let's just get to the right. So if you could please respond with for, against, or abstain. So Councillor James Carston.
For the proposal.
Councillor Peter Gould.
For.
Councillor Kathy Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Barry Humphries.
For.
Councillor Andrew Mellon.
Against.
Councillor Mike Norris.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Stringer.
Against.
And Councillor Roland Warboys.
Against.
Mr. Dupre, I make that a tie. Can you please confirm?
Yes. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I agree. 4 votes to 4. It's a tie.
So it is the Chair's casting vote.
Can I have time out for some legal advice on this one, please?
Certainly, Madam Chairman, if you wish. Yes.
Yes. So can we stop the debate at the moment while I have time out with the legal officer?
Yep. I'll do that now, Chair.
In this instance, I'm not going to use my casting vote. And what that means is that the motion will fail. However, what I propose is that we defer to go for a risk assessment to find out what unacceptable and specific harm would be and the effects and consequences should we look for a refusal at a later date. But that's what I will be looking for. So can I have a seconder for us to defer for a risk assessment? Councillor Humphreys?
Yeah, Madam Chair, as proposed, yeah, I accept that. That'd be fine.
But can I have from Robert Carmichael that the motion that was originally proposed has failed and we now have a new proposal and seconder?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So with regards to the point on the chairman not using their casting vote, as we saw previously at council, it's a choice of the chair to break a deadlock specifically, or if they choose not to use it, the motion falls. It's guidance that's within Knowles, which is our Bible in committee's terms. And I think I'll leave it there, Chair, but if there's any other questions, I'm more than happy to respond.
And thank you for that. So I have a proposal, well, I've proposed that we defer to look at risks, unacceptable harm should this be refused, and what the effects and consequences were. So we will ask the officers to go back for that. I have a seconder. Robert, do we need to talk to that or can we just go straight to the vote?
If there's anyone that does wish to comment, Chair, I would recommend everyone being the opportunity to have a
right. I'll
have
just
their say first.
That's helpful. I'll just run through everyone. Councillor Carston.
No comments, thank you.
Councillor Gould.
Happy with the proposal.
Councillor Humphreys, obviously you're a seconder, but your comments, please. Thank you. Councillor Mallon.
No comments, Chair, thank you.
Councillor Norris.
Agree to the proposal.
Councillor Warboys.
Agree to defer and yes.
And Councillor Stringer.
Agree.
Thank you very much. May we go to the vote, please, Robert?
Thank you, Chair. I think that Mr. Dupre, did you wish to come in there? Sorry, very briefly. Or was
Yeah, thank you. Just to say
Oh,
that
I
I
beg
agree.
your pardon.
Yeah, no, quite right. I mean, just because we had a bit of a long discussion. I think adjournment, I meant to say, just for the sake of transparency, to confirm you, Madam Chairman, you took my legal advice and you spoke to Mr. Carmichael as well at my suggestion. And yeah, I'm quite content that what you've just done is perfectly lawful and in accordance with the constitution and procedures of the council. Now, and we have a resolution now on the table, which I think is well understood, and it can be formulated for the minutes. Mr. Carmichael, you're quite content with that, I'm assuming, from what we've just been saying. That. So if I may just clarify, and I think Mr. Pateman G might want to jump in, that the proposal is, well, I mean, one side of it is that we often, other councils have used the term risk assessment, that in effect there is an assessment by the officers and advice to members, who of course remain the decision makers, as to what the consequences of a refusal might be. But was it also your wish to instruct the officers to advise you further on the possible infrastructure reasons for refusal, which the report indicated hadn't been very strongly clarified? Is that where we are? Have I understood correctly?
Well, no. What I wanted was if there is a refusal, what the unacceptable harm in planning terms, and what specific harm could be to the effects and consequences should a refusal be put forward.
I understand. Thank you. Yeah, I understand. So that's all I need to say at the moment then. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Right, Chair, if there's no one else that wishes to speak then.
Sorry, may I come in?
Sorry, John.
This is something new in my experience, so I'm just being sure that I've got this right here. We are looking to defer this for a risk assessment on the consequences of if members refuse. So therefore, what are the planning consequences of a refusal, whatever the reason for that refusal might be? But it is not for officers to come up with reasons for refusal. Just look at the consequences of if there was a refusal or whatever reason for refusal that might be.
Mr. Pateman, if I might come in again, Madam Chairman, Mr. Pateman, it's I hesitate to say this because every council has its own way of doing things, but as you know, I also work for West Suffolk Council, and that it is a fairly and not uncommon part of their procedure there that if officers advise in committee that an intended refusal, or for that matter, occasionally an intended approval, is strongly contrary to officers' advice, and there is fear and worry on our part as to the consequences of it, there is a risk assessment taken back to the next committee rather than an outright refusal or permission contrary to advice of the potential consequences of the decision. I mean, obviously, stating the obvious, those consequences may include losing an inquiry severely and possibly facing costs. I mean, sometimes a council makes a decision, that's a risk it wants to take, and that's a decision that Mr. Pateman, you and I have to respect sometimes. But I think that's why I put what I said to the chairman a minute ago, because there are two aspects of this that we can look at and advise members on the risk in terms of this not being upheld, and then the consequences of that. But also, I think what the committee, as you say, it's not for officers to come up with members' reasons for refusal, but I think that the chairman was perhaps looking for advice on the potential arguable adverse harm that's not been adequately identified so far. I see the chairman's nodding yes. So.
My only concern is that the extent of risk that can be analysed by officers is going to be limited because we don't have potential reasons for refusal before us, but I appreciate that's not the position we're in. Okay.
Just from the point of view, Ian, do we have to put some things down that have been discussed? I mean, I'm not going to put words into people who've said no, but they've quite eloquently said no why they don't want. But whether I agree with that or not is a different question. So I don't want to put points down. From Ian's point of view, from the other council, have they taken it as an overall thing when they've done it before in your other councils?
Indeed, I'll come back again. Yeah, I mean, I've not because I tend to concentrate more on Baber and Mid Suffolk, as you know, because I've not been to the West Suffolk Committee recently, but I think it would certainly be there would be a awareness of the officers, and there might be a note in the resolution that's part to defer as to what obviously as to why the majority of the committee are unhappy with the recommendation and want to refuse, so the officers know what they're taking away and what they need to come back with.
So in fact, we've got a general list of what people who would vote against it. We've got a general list of that, and that's what we're asking the officers to look at. Is that your view, Ian?
Yeah, yes, because I mean, what happens at West, as I say, and West Suffolk isn't the only place where the officers go away and say, look, we've respectfully heard what members say, and members are saying X, Y, and Z, and we are assessing and what members have said and replying, as it were, advising them on really our professional view, and if necessary, somebody outside's professional view as to the strength of that and the risks.
Can we just hold the meeting a minute? I've got somebody rather rudely banging at the door. Will you just hold the meeting one moment, please?
Yeah. Well, I think we council for a few seconds. Councillor Humphreys is in the chair. I think. I'll.
Yeah, and we'll just wait until she comes back.
do apologise. I had a lorry driving up here and banging on the door, and I'm really sorry to the whole community. But also just to let people know that Sarah Mansell was a little bit out of the initial restart. Is that correct, Sarah?
Yeah, I could see your mouths moving, but I couldn't hear anything. And
okay,
I think it's that my speakers were on mute, but it doesn't show you that. It only has mic on mute as a symbol.
Okay, well, what's happened is I haven't used my chairman's casting vote, so the motion fails. But what I have proposed is that we defer it, and it's been seconded, to have a risk assessment done to find any unacceptable harm in planning terms and be specific on the effects and consequences, so that the officers can go away and come back. And Ian has been explaining. Have you been listening to Ian's explanation?
Yeah, I've heard. I think I got back in when Ian was talking.
Yeah, so Robert and Ian, is that fine for Sarah to continue with the vote that we've got?
Not voting. I was just interested to know what was happening. I'm not one of the members who's voting.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
So it's not an issue from that point of view. So thank you very much for running through that.
Sorry, I'm in a muddle. Right, okay. So have we got to the point where we can take a vote now, Ian?
Because Mr. Carmichael, as long as you're content, if this resolution's passed, you know what to put in the minutes, and we know what resolution we're passing, or if we do pass it.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But if Mr. Pateman could just confirm and clarify so that we can record it in perpetuity.
Yeah, John. It's really all the objections that the people saying no.
I'm sorry. I don't find it acceptable that officers will need to sieve through the whole meeting to pull out their interpretation of what objections have been expressed in the debate.
Okay, well, I've put the proposal forward. So then I think we've got things such as they don't find it acceptable for the schooling to be going from one village to another. There was a highways issue that they were unhappy with. There was the fact that the JLP doesn't allocate the site. There was the fact that the neighbourhood plan doesn't allocate the site. What else was there? But it needs to be.
These are reasons for possibly refusing the application in terms of the expressed idea that they cause harm to these issues. I thought we started this conversation in terms of what is the risk of a refusal, what is the corporate risk of refusal, what is the appeal risk of a refusal.
Yes.
Not necessarily would that be based on specifics of trying to find a planning harm. That's not what this is about. It's looking at the consequences of refusal, regardless of what reason that might be.
Well, I think, if I may, Madam Chairman, Mr. Pateman, yes, that the West, I won't keep calling it the West Suffolk practice, because this council has its own integrity as a public body, and it does what it. But it's just, I think the suggestion's been made that we do this on this occasion for particular reasons. That yes, Mr. Pateman, you've correctly identified my suggestion based on nearby practice was that that there is a risk assessment of the consequences of a refusal, and that's the appeal risk and other associated risks. I think as part of that, I think to assist officers doing that task as much as possible, they can assess the appeal risk, as it were, in any event, in a broad sense. But it would be, I think that the chairman has just identified what would be if the committee had been persuaded to vote positively for a refusal, if you see what I mean today, that what the chairman has just outlined are the basis for such refusal, if I've understood correctly.
I mean, if everybody will bear with us, I did take legal advice and we had a legal conversation, and I'm hoping that this will be a positive way forward to bottom out issues that may still concern people.
Okay, if I can assist. At the moment, I'm taking it on board terms that we are deferring for a risk assessment on the consequences of a refusal.
Yeah.
I would not want to premeditate any reasons for that refusal.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking for them. Right. Understood. Mm-hmm.
And consequently cause a concern with any return that this application would have to committee.
Okay. Understood.
I think that's probably as far as I can take this without venturing off into unknown territory and causing us even more confusion.
Yeah,
I
didn't wish to confuse, John.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So
I think that's the point I understand, and I want to keep it as short and sweet as that, and then we can come back.
I'm happy with your guidance on that, and I'm very grateful. It is a first time for all of us on this. Okay. Thanks, John, and thank you, Ian. Right, Robert, would you like to take a roll call on what we've proposed now? John's last statement is what we're looking at on a deferral for a risk assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, if members could please respond with for, against, or abstain. So, Councillor James Carston.
For.
Councillor Peter Gould.
For.
Councillor Kathy Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Barry Humphries.
For.
Councillor Andrew Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mike Norris.
For.
Councillor Andrew Stringer.
For.
And Councillor Roland Warboys.
For.
Thank you, Chair. I make that unanimous. Mr. Dupre, do you confirm?
So, am I unmuted now? Can I be heard? Yes. Yes, I agree. That was a unanimous vote for the resolution.
Thank you for that. Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's a non-pecuniary liability. I shall be stepping aside for the next item, and Councillor Humphries will be taking that item, and it's up to Councillor Humphries now to say if he wishes to continue or whatever. So I will now step aside. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'll take over the chair for this, which is agenda 7B on page 147 of your papers. DC/20/0148, and that's for the granting the outline position with conditions for change of use for stationering of 5 holiday lodges. And the officer for this is Bron.
Good morning, Chair. Members, afternoon, actually, it is now, isn't it? Hello, everybody. And thanks for having me. I just realised this is my first committee for about 5.5 years. So apologies if it all goes wonky, but let's give it a try. Let's start with the presentation. There's no late papers to report, so I'm going to get straight into the presentation with your permission. So the application site is Stonham Barns, Petter Road, Stonham Aspal. I'm going to run you through the aerial photographs to give you the context of the site. Stonham Barns, members may or may not be familiar with the complex, leisure complex, various tourism and leisure facilities in the countryside just between the villages of Stonham, Aspal and Petter. This wider aerial view gives you...
Sorry, Ron, I don't think you're sharing your screen.
Ah, right. Sorry. Start again. Is that better?
Perfect.
Yes, that's fine.
Right, let's start again. I told you it would go wrong. Right, so Stonham Barns. This first aerial view gives you a shot. It's a little bit old, but it gives you a shot of the site, showing the part of the site where the proposal is. You're looking straight down onto the 2 fishing lakes and part of the existing complex of holiday lodges around one of the fishing lakes. The site, as members may or may not know, part of a leisure and tourism complex in the countryside between the villages of Stonham Aspal, which you can see in this wider aerial map on the left of the orange blob, which is the application site, and Petter along towards the right. So the application site, the orange L shape on this constraints map, sits between two sections of existing caravans laid out around the fishing lakes portion of the leisure complex. The constraints here show two listed buildings that we have close by. So just a little bit more detail on the application site and how it relates to the existing complex of caravans around the fishing lakes. I'm going to run you through the photographs in a moment, and just to let you know that there's some video in there which I'm hoping will work fairly well, just to show you the context. So the proposal is for the use of land for the siting of an additional 5 caravans for holiday use. So this site layout plan shows you the indicative layout of caravans within the L-shaped site and how they relate to the other caravans on the site. The precise layout will be governed by site licensing and separation distancing, but that would be how it would be arranged. And this is a photograph leading from the access road that goes between the 2 lakes and the 2 parts of the complex which have the lodges either side. So the left-hand side of this picture is the northern side of the complex, the right being the southern side, and I'm standing just at the edge of the car parking area for this. And then into the site itself, so you can see there in the top right is the corner of the access roadway, which leads onto the L-shaped grassed area, which is the application site, bordered by some whip planting to the boundaries. And then I'm turning round to show you the wider landscape looking towards the main road. So this view is going northeast towards Petta, and then looking more northerly in this picture, turning round now, looking more westerly back towards the complex of existing caravan lodges around the complex. This is the video, so I'm hoping this will give you a bit of a better idea of the context, and I'm hoping it works okay. Okay, sorry if that made you a bit dizzy, but hopefully it gave you an idea of the context of the site right on the edge of the 2. Oh, don't play it again. Let's go forward. Okay, and then we've got some pictures here from the road so that you can see the view from the public highway, and you'll note from some of the objections raised, the landscape impact is one of the issues. So you can see in the background there the 2 sections of the existing complex of caravans and the fairly open aspect across the fields from the highway. And again, this is from the 1120 highway, just looking towards the site. This is a bit of video just showing you a bit of the context of that landscape. So it's wide open fields over towards Petta, and just showing the edge of the Stonham Barns complex there. I believe that's it. So I'm going to take us back to the layout plan. Yes, so the proposal is for 5 additional holiday caravans. It's relevant to note that members granted permission for development at the site comprising the existing holiday caravans back in 2015. They are subject to a condition controlling their occupancy for holiday use, with a break clause for 1 month of the year. And the proposal before you is a recommendation of granting permission subject to condition which is the same as the condition that controls the other lodges. I think that's it. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Bron. And I think the video worked really well, sort of allowed us to get a feel for the actual area. So that was nice. Thank you. We'll go to questions for the officer and we'll go alphabetically in reverse. So start with Councillor Warboys, please.
Yes, I think this is a detailed planning application, isn't it? So would we be putting reserve matters with regard to sort of how carbon neutral the buildings would be?
So they're not buildings. The application is for the use of land. So you are granting permission, if you're minded to do so, for the use of land for caravans. Caravans have to comply with a legal definition, but that legal definition is just to do with their size and their transportability, attachment to the ground, that sort of thing. So they don't have the same scope, I suppose, for carbon reduction priorities as a constructed building does.
I think also this is outline planning permission, so reserve matters have come. Is that all your questions, Councillor Warboys?
Yes, I just wondered where in fact that would come in, because it was one of the concerns of Stonham Aspal Parish Council.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Stringer, please, any questions?
Sorry, may I just interject? It's a full planning application, this one, so it's not an outline.
Okay.
There may be a typo on the report. I apologise if that's the case.
No, that's fine. Is everybody
Yes,
clear?
may I come into that?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
just if I may come on that one, apologies. On page 147, it is noted that it says grant outline planning permission. That is incorrect. It should be planning permission. So this is a full planning application, and it's referring to the change of use. So what we're dealing with essentially is the change of use of the land for the stationary of holiday lodges on top. The holiday lodges themselves are deemed to be effectively a caravan, be it a static one, but be it constructed to look like a lodge. But it's the change of use to allow that lodge on top of that land that we are referring to here.
Thank you. Apologies accepted. Therefore, remove the word outline from the title, and we'll continue. Councillor Stringer, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. You mentioned a condition that restricts the use. Does the existing condition work?
That's a good question, thank you. I think Councillor is alluding to the history of complaints relating to the breach of the condition for some of the caravans on the site. The enforcement team are working quite hard to ensure compliance with the condition. It is a known issue at this site that we have alleges of breach of the condition. What that means is the condition wording says that the holiday caravans shall only be occupied for 11 months of the year, and there is a 1 month break clause, and there are allegations that the residents have been in occupation during that period. There was some enforcement investigation carried out during the break clause period of this year, and there has been some ongoing action, PCNs in particular, served by the enforcement team. There's no current enforcement notice in force on the site, but there have been PCNs, and there are ongoing investigations working with the landowner and the residents.
Councillor String, is that all your questions?
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you. Yes, I'm aware of the ongoing enforcement actions. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon, please.
Thank you, Chair. One of the consultee comments refers to a previously agreed master plan for Stonham Barns. Can the officer just sort of confirm whether such a plan is in place and how that stands in planning terms?
Yes, indeed. So the master plan, I'm saying that in inverted commas, even though you can't see it, is what is referred to as the 2015 planning permission. So that's detailed in your papers. It is called master plan generally because it dealt with a considerable number of different development elements on the site to both regularise a series of inconsistencies and unauthorised developments that had accumulated, but also to deal with some prospective development. So that permission exists and it is still relevant in part. It has been superseded in part by some additional developments that have happened and some changes to some of the developments that have that permission permitted. This part of the site, the fishing lakes and the caravans around it that this proposal will add to, was part of that 2015 permission, and that 2015 permission is the one that includes the condition that the holiday caravans have a break clause. So it still exists, it's still extant and it's still in force, and there are elements of it that, as I say, have been changed by additional development, and there are current applications to change more bits of it, just as the business at the site evolves.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Gold, please.
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Castor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the specific requirement in this of screening, what does this term screening mean? Is it completely screened? Is it partially screened? And from what position does it have to be screened from? Like, is it floor level or where, please?
Sorry. So yeah, landscape screening. So that doesn't mean that landscape planting to a degree where all you will see is trees and hedges and no part of the development. That's not going to be a reasonable expectation. And from what you can see from the photographs and video that I showed in the presentation, there have been landscaping conditions which have been implemented and are partly maturing already, but you can still see that there is development there. So if we add to that and ensure the appropriate boundary treatments and landscape screening of this part of the development, it won't mean that you can't see anything or that it will look like a woodland. It would just mean that it will mitigate the harshness of the edge of the development as it transitions into the open countryside. So you'll get a bit of softer treatment to that edge. And as you can see from the photographs, which I can show again if you'd like to, there's some of that planting is already in place. There's some whip planting which actually marks the outside of this site, and there's a bund as well, which I think you could just get in one of the photographs, which has been constructed a while back. Would you like me to re-show any of those photographs?
No, I do. Unless other members would like to see them, I did look at them at the time. So there's no height, the minimum height that screening has to be. Is that true?
Members can include that in a condition. It has happened in the past where we have required the planting of a hedge, for example, that to be allowed to grow to a height of X meters and thereafter retain no lower than that height. But that becomes a little bit more difficult and onerous on us to ensure compliance with. But it is technically possible to do. We have had conditions like that elsewhere. It would be inconsistent with what we have on the rest of the site, however. Previous decisions that members have taken have just required landscaping schemes to be agreed without specifying that they reach a particular height.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bron, I have a question. So there was some talk about loss of agricultural land by the parish council. When I saw your picture, it seems that the area where the caravans are going to be sited is actually marked by loose planting behind it. Does that mean that agricultural land is not taking away any further land than what we saw on the actual picture that you showed us?
Yeah, this land is already in the ownership of the applicant, so it's not in practical use for agriculture. It is just that small area that you could see outlined. So in terms of its functionality for agricultural purposes, it would be very limited, especially given that it's enclosed by the rest of the complex, and it's an awkward shape, and that makes things harder to get machinery in and work land when it's like that.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you, Bron. We'll now move on. We've got no objector, we've got no supporter, but we do have a member of the parish, Stonham Aspal Parish Council, and that's Mr. Emberson. If you'd like to give us your 3 minutes, and Robert, you'll be doing the timing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before I commence the statement, would you allow me to correct the planning officer on a very important point that she made earlier, or not?
No, I'll hear your
okay
first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. The current Mid-Suffolk local plan states that static caravans and holiday chalets can only be permitted where there is no adverse effects on the character and appearance of the landscape, the existing residential amenity, and only where services can be provided. The emerging joint local plan also states that tourism and leisure offers are supported in principle, but where appropriate in scale, character, and nature of their locality. Using either plan as a guide, the expansion of the Stonham Barns Caravan Park is not appropriate in terms of its scale, its character, or its nature. The site is already the size of a small village, having permission for 172 static caravans, plus additional touring caravans across the site. This is totally out of character for the local area. And please remember that a static caravan by law can be up to 20 metres in length by 6.8 metres wide, equal to 136 square metres of living space. This compares to an average new build 4-bedroom home that occupies no more than 139 square metres. There are concerns over the utilities infrastructure on the site. Occupiers have previously complained of inadequate water, sewage and electricity supplies, and during rainy periods, localised flooding. There have been water shortages, power outages and overflow of sewage into the surrounding ditches and watercourses. The site simply cannot cope with the number of caravans there at present, and this is with less than 2/3 of the permitted caravans currently in place. As evidenced since the original application was granted, neither Stonham Barns management nor planning enforcement have been able to control the unlawful residential occupation of the existing caravans. There are currently at least 14 active enforcement notices in relation to the site. So until planning can enforce the current planning conditions, no further expansion should even be considered. And to correct the planning officer, the condition states that the site is open for 11 months, but it's for holiday use only, not for sole or main occupation. The original planning permission of 2018 was hailed as a new chapter in the site's planning history. The number and location of lodges was set by the master plan to ensure there was no overdevelopment of the site and the development would have no unacceptable impacts. The importance of the location and the number of holiday accommodation units was clear, as any intensification of use would have a significant adverse material effect. This application undermines this principle. The Parish Council objects to the above application and respectfully requests the local planning authority refuse the application. The proposed development is in contrary to the development plan, it is completely unsustainable, and there are no material considerations to outweigh these facts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions then, Councillor Warboys.
No questions at this. No questions.
Councillor Stringer.
No questions.
Councillor Norris.
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Mellon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got one. Mr. Emberson, you mentioned that there's 172, I think, static caravans approved, but they're not all on site. Or can you just clarify that around the figures of what's on site and what isn't from your point?
We've had a count of approximately 125 currently on site out of the 172.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Gould.
No questions, thanks.
And Councillor Caston.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Emberson, you said about the issues with sewage going into ditches. Do you have any proof or any reference to?
Yes, it was reported to the Environment Agency. It was towards, I believe it was September, October of 2019, and sewage was flowing into the local ditches. The issue was the I would call them cesspit water treatment plants that are on site. However, why they blocked up, overflowed, and we had that situation. Stonham Barnes used borehole water to flush the ditches and the water courses through. However, the Environment Agency was made aware and they investigated. They have not updated us since that time as to what their conclusions were or what their investigations concluded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I have no questions actually, so thank you for your time and thank you for 3 minutes.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, we're now going to go on to the applicant or agent. Is Mr. Cobbold around?
We don't have anyone registered to speak as the applicant, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, we'll go to the ward member, which is Councillor Susan Morley, and I believe you're going to read out a speech that she's prepared because she had to leave.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So Councillor Morley unfortunately sends her apologies, but she had to attend another meeting. So this is the latest application to provide 5 additional holiday lodges on protected greenfield land. This proposal is contrary to the development plan. It is an archetype of unsustainable development, and to my mind there are no material considerations weighing in support of it. The application site is outside the settlement boundary of Stonham Aspal. In planning policy terms, it is countryside. Development in the countryside is restricted. The planning permission reference 3150/15 issued on the 12th of October 2018 Master Planning Permission was hailed as a new chapter in this site's planning history, encompassing and addressing all the matters considered outstanding at that time, covering both new development and the regularisation of all unauthorised development on the site. The various elements covered by the Master Planning Permission have been carefully assessed, and the conditions attached to it were imposed to minimise and mitigate the development's impact on the surrounding area, whether by reason of visual amenity, highway safety, environmental, heritage, etc. impacts. The location and number of holiday lodges were a very important part of the planning balance. The number and location of the lodges was set by the master plan for the whole site to ensure that there is no harmful overdevelopment at the site, that the development does not have unacceptable impacts, for example on the landscape, and that the living conditions of those occupying the holiday lodges are not compromised. The planning statement describes the proposed location as a gap, and the development as infilling an existing gap. It is not a gap. The proposed 5 additional units would be on open greenfield land, outside the shielding effect of the landscaping bund, a further unacceptable encroachment into the countryside landscape. The proposed 5 additional holiday lodges would lead to the intensification of the use and would enable unacceptable overdevelopment on an already unsuitable site in the countryside outside the settlement boundary. Whilst the scale of the proposed development at first glance appears modest, when considered in the context of the Stonham Barns site and with the cumulative impact, it would be a fully unsustainable development. Peto Parish Council comments regarding the salami slicing tactics must be recognised for what they are. The proposed development is contrary to the statutory development plan. In addition, the proposed development is not a sustainable development. The proposed development fails all three dimensions of the NPPF's sustainability test. The economic dimension, the jobs at Stonham Barns have been used over and over again by the applicant without evidence. Economic benefit from 5 additional units is minimal. The social dimension is again completely lacking, and the environmental dimension is negative as the proposal will lead to further loss of the greenfield land and adverse impact on the environment, both natural and built. And that's comments from Councillor Susie Morley, Chair.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we can't ask a question, so that was the statement. Take from it what you wish. But we'll now move into debate. So we'll start with Councillor Warboys, please.
Oh, there we go. I must confess I'm not finding anything very positive about this application. I have got serious concerns about the comments by Stonham Aspal PC about the robustness of the electricity and foul water infrastructure, which this development would further stress. There is a sort of landscaping proposals attached to the planning application that's already been granted, which was a sort of tidying up of developments. I think this development should have a landscaping proposals attached to it, particularly as it's so visual from the road. And though these are caravans or portable cabins or whatever, I think the design of them, again, it should be specified that these are carbon neutral, actually sort of continuing to heat and cook with gas. I mean, this is a retrograde step as far as sort of trying to achieve carbon neutrality, although it is still legal for the next few years. So on design, landscaping, lack of landscaping, and concerns about the infrastructure to support it, I wouldn't be happy to accept it. I do realise there are arguments, economic arguments, for the viability of Stonham Aspal as a business. I think, if anything, improving landscape, improving design, improving robustness of infrastructure would actually sort of enhance that. And I had one question, which it was about protected greenfield land. It was the first sentence, I think, in Councillor, the ward member's statement. In what way is this protected? Is it just normal agricultural land, or is there sort of special landscape status attached?
Bron, if you could answer that, please, because obviously we've not got the ward member here.
Yeah, there's no special designation affecting this land. It doesn't lie within a special landscape area. It's not greenfield in statutory term, and there's no other statutory definition or a designation or policy designation affecting it.
No, so the only comments I can make on that are to do with the fact that the development could be mitigated by improved landscaping. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. One of the questions I've got have already been answered. Before I go too much further, can someone tell me why this application is controversial and here? Because we have quite a lot of hurdles to get this to committee. I just wonder why this one's here. Not that it downplays the severity of the application. I just wonder why it's here. I have to say this is one of those applications for me that's just a bit annoying. But I think there's another fundamental part of this application is I don't see a plan of where the sewage system is, because this is utterly vital. You've basically built a new village. And if you've got, septic tanks or biodisc plants or whatever, you can only use so many of them, and they rely on very good quality water percolation. And I don't see any water percolation tests. I see nothing here that substantiates that if you were to put these units here, that they would be able to, get water away from them successfully. Because obviously it needs to, because there's a fishing lake near it, and there's and the environmental health of those that will live around it. So I don't see a plan of how this can actually be achieved using a sustainable drainage system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Bron, if you could answer that, please. Does it feed into the normal sewage system that's actually there in place at the moment?
Yeah, so to answer the first question, the reason for the controversial nature of the application, it was considered by the Chief Planning Officer that due to the background of the developments of the site and the sensitivity of the site and the concerns raised by the parish councils and the local community, that's why it's referred to members. To do with the sewerage, the proposal is that the sewerage will be dealt with by a package treatment plant. So as Councillor Stringer says, a biodisc type mechanism. That's not something where we would usually ask for significant additional details, because that is covered by separate regimes. So in the case of buildings, building controls, in the case of caravan, site licensing. So we don't, as standard, ask for that information. If it's something that members feel concerned about, we can ask for additional information. Perhaps to clarify on that point, but the application is proposing package treatment plants.
Can I just come in here? If you had this number of dwellings, you would not allow these at a planning stage to be using biodisc plants. You just wouldn't do it. This magnitude of development, numbers of development, and amount of potential sewage should have should be connected to a proper main sewer. Because there is only so many of those plants you can put in before the whole system starts to fail. And if I don't see a plan to show that that can actually be delivered, how can we possibly agree more added to a system that may not be up to scratch?
Okay, I get your point. I'll jump in with Mr. Payton G just to answer that question. In terms of, this isn't technically a development, so where do we sit on that one, on that particular question from Councillor Stringer?
That's an interesting one. In terms of, when we normally deal with holiday lodges, they're fairly self-contained little units that deal with their own waste in their own regard. And what we're dealing with here is a larger site, but what this application before us is only for 5. I would probably need to think about that a little bit more, because we can certainly impose a further condition to seek out, notwithstanding the details presented, for details of a drainage to be agreed with us if there was a concern specifically on drainage. I'm just quickly scanning through the correspondence that we've had back, and I can't see any concerns over drainage being raised. There's nothing from our environmental health team. I'm just trying to think, do we have anything for Anglia Water, Bronwyn? I can't see anything. And we probably wouldn't have needed to consult them, because of course this is just for holiday lodges in the context
not stat
of planning.
quantity for this size.
The answer is we would not normally need to go this far with this type of application, and I appreciate the definition between a dwelling and a holiday let is perhaps at the heart of that conversation.
Thank you.
I can help much further, sorry.
Well, just have a think anyway. But I get your point. This isn't like a housing development. This is caravans, 5 caravans. And while we're on that subject, of course, the previous applications haven't really got a bearing on this. We're looking at this for this particular application as it's laid down in front of us. Although obviously you've got things going on in the back of your mind, we need to consider it as an application in its own right. Okay, Councillor Stringer, any other questions? Sorry.
No, that's all I've got. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And on to Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you. Yes, if I heard correctly, there are 172 units approved on this site, and there are currently 125 on the site. So immediately comes to mind, why do we need another 5 units on the site? We've heard there are existing foul water issues, electricity supply outages and flooding with this present number of units. So I question the whole sustainability of the site, and I don't think I will be able to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And moving on then to Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think Councillor Norris has put it pretty well. I just had a query on, I'm assuming pretty much that this sort of development would not make any kind of SIL contribution, but I guess they pay business rates for the site. Can the officer just confirm that?
I can confirm that our charging schedule charges 0 for caravans, so it would make no SIL contribution. Our business rates, it would depend on how the unit would be occupied as regards taxation. Quite often holiday lodges are council taxed rather than business rates. There's business rates payable on parts of the rest of the complex where there are shops and restaurants and leisure facilities. I'd have to double check. As far as I know, the other occupied lodges are under council tax regime.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I pretty much feel that if they've got permission for 172 and they haven't filled those yet, I'm a little bit unlikely to support a further 5 until that, that site is already filled. That's sort of where I am standing at the moment, but I'll hear what others have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, sorry to interject. Would you like some additional information on the background to do with the numbers?
Yeah, please. I think it'd help everybody.
Okay, so part of the objective of the developer is to attract a holiday company. Ho Seasons, I believe, are interested in this particular site, and they need to have a certain number of caravans permitted in order to be able to carry forward their business model.
That's very interesting. Thank you. Okay, moving on then to Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, that was useful having that information, because I thought Councillor Norris did put things very well in relation to that. I also need to add to my definition of the types of planning application, Councillor Stringer's one of annoying, because I think there is a feel of this one that puts it in that category for me. I would want as a minimum to take up the point about having a condition regarding drainage and other aspects of the sustainability of the site here. But I'll listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think caravans are a good low-cost option for family holidays, good for the Suffolk economy, good for employment. Looking at the harm caused by this development of 5 caravans, on that occupation for 11 months, I think that as long as that's carried out and enforced, and we make sure that that carries on, if Ho Seasons are coming in, it seems highly likely that will be the case. I do have concerns that there's been an investigation into pollution caused by the existing ones. There's potential of overuse of a borehole without an extraction license, all of which are covered by other enforcement processes outside of this process that we're doing here today. The position I'm in at the moment is yes. I think it is acceptable. I think there isn't the level of harm that would make me want to refuse this. But I would like to agree with Councillor Stringer and Councillor Gold that I think we do need a condition of drainage on that site to just make sure things are being done properly and that there's nothing getting into the environment that shouldn't be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I make some points, Bron, on the enforcement actions, etc., I thought you said earlier on that they've all been concluded. Is that the case, or is there something still going on?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question, Chair?
Yeah,
I just broke up a little.
enforcement actions such as pollution, borehole and everything else. I thought you said in your presentation that there was no outstanding enforcement actions at the moment. Is that true?
If I just clarify it, there are no live enforcement notices on the site, so no enforcement notices in force. There are several PCNs, planning contravention notices, that have been served, which ask questions that when we have an allegation and we investigate, we want to know more, we go to the occupier and or owner or whoever's responsible and say, tell us this information. We do that in a PCN. So there are several PCNs that are still being dealt with, but no live notices in force.
Thank you. So my points, it's a shame that the agent or the owner isn't present, actually, because I've got lots of questions that perhaps they can only answer. And one of them was, has been alluded to before, is about the occupancy. Holiday homes, but you can actually stay, well, they can be occupied for 11 months of the year, 1 month vacated. And I just want to ask whether the residents know that and how they enforce it locally. But it's outside of this in some respects. The PCNs, etc., of course, if you get a resident refuses to leave, well, is that the owner's fault or the resident? So is that another side to it? Actually, the owner's got very little control over it, apart from bringing in some action, which they've obviously done, or the council's done. So I don't see that's a big thing. I get the bit about supporting the local community. In a way, the whole complex there provides a service to some people, whether it be a restaurant, cafe, a hot tub experience, whatever. There's business there that definitely benefits from having more people there, more people visiting. So that's good. We need to support those rural communities and businesses in the rural areas. I think this does. And also rural tourism. We talk about sustainability. Don't forget that for rural tourism, you only have to low locational sustainability. So again, not a massive thing. It's slightly different to a development in lots of respects. Councillor Warboys, you talked about not being sustainable as in the way they're designed carbon neutral. Well, we don't know that they're not using or won't use in the future solar panels to provide the electricity for those caravans, or even an oil-based system or ground. We don't know. We can only see what it is right now, and they're 5 caravans. When you look at the area in which it's going, it's a natural place to put 5 caravans. I do believe it's an infill. There's a road there, and actually the area is already partitioned off, so it doesn't affect the loss of agricultural land, as it's partitioned off with soft planting anyway. So it looks, if you to look down on that plan, that's the ideal place to put 5 caravans. And business. You don't build things or buy things or get extra assets unless you think you can make money out of it. So to say that we don't think there's a need for these 5 caravans, well, we're not the businessmen. They are, and it's their business. And if they feel there's a need for 5 more and they can offset the cost by rent, then good on them. And also, if it brings in people like Host Seasons or other people that would develop that site even further, then that's great for us, isn't it? It's great for Mid Suffolk. It's great for the local people and the local communities. I don't see that it affects the view of this place any different. It's 5 caravans amongst a load of caravans. It is what it is. They're not going to make any difference whatsoever in the way I look at it. I'm going to let it go around debate once more. I think it's deserved of it. But at the moment, to me, it's pretty much all positives. Although I do get the point about the drainage and obviously the sewerage side of life. I think that's important. So we'll go around once again. So let's start with you, Councillor Warboys.
Again, I think. Thank you, Chairman. Again, I think there's some comfort. My assumes this is for full planning permission. So it is possible to attach conditions to awarding permission to develop. It is only 5 more caravans, so I think the impact on the commercial side isn't going to be sort of terribly significant. Though I do agree with supporting rural industries and attracting tourists to the area. I think one of the ways in which to attract people to the area is to make it an attractive place to visit, and in lots of ways a safe and secure place to visit. I think we have a responsibility. It is within the national planning framework. I'm not sure how much that applies to caravans, but we do have a responsibility to achieve well-designed places. And that's a design in terms of its infrastructure, the robustness of its drainage, its electricity supply. I think the sustainability in terms of its carbon impact is now a much more significant thing to take into account. In 2015, we hadn't declared a climate emergency. Things have progressed since then. And I think landscaping, I think that would actually sort of mitigate some of the concerns of the parish councils. I think it would also make it a more attractive place to visit. So in a way, it is actually by putting in a condition about landscaping, and will actually sort of enhance the business plan, attract people. It is supporting the local industry, the tourist industry. That the site is on a brown route. It is on a major tourist route through Suffolk. It is something that tourists to other parts of Suffolk will pass, and we have a responsibility to make that, or to try and ensure that's as attractive as possible. So I have got reservations about this application.
Sorry, Councillor Boyce, thank you. Councillor Stringer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. At first glance, you think, well, another 5, what difference does that make in the grand scheme of things? But when you go back to the master plan, I can't. It's a difficult one because the master plan actually hasn't been built in the way the master plan shows on the document. Although you shouldn't look at other documents, but if I see something that says final master plan, I look at it. And in fact, that final master plan doesn't even show the road that we're looking at through here. So, but also the final master plan makes no reference to where they treat sewage here, anywhere. And I have to still say, if there's a little tick box that says it's connected to a main sewer, fine, not got a problem. If you're relying on private treatment works here, multiple private treatment works, you need that response from the technical people involved, which is our own building regulations team, to say this can be achieved. You may be approving 5 caravans slap on top of the biodisc plants that exist at the moment. I don't know. I haven't got a plan. So, and that wouldn't encourage economic growth. If the sewage system here fails, all of the investment here, hasten to say, will go down the toilet or not. That's the whole point. Sometimes all of those people that are investing, you sometimes have to slightly not save them from themselves, but that's the whole point of planning. We plan where this stuff goes so we avoid a disaster. So what I'm suggesting here is I can't approve any more caravans here until I see that they can be built into a sustainable drainage system that includes effluent. Equally, I think if we are going to approve the 5 here, you need to really upscale that planting, because it does look a bit of a sod from the road, I have to say. Although, according to the master plan, you'll be seeing solar panels along the road as well. The 200 kilowatts, are they installed yet? But I say at the moment, I'm really uncomfortable with this. We can condition the landscape, but for me, I need to see the drainage before I approve any more here. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I get your point. Maybe bring that as a condition. So we'll come back to that. I will bring in Mr. Pateman G, who might be able to cover up or cover a couple of the points you've raised.
Yes. I'm sorry about this. My technology this side of things isn't doing too well today. Just to ask, actually, I know this is a bizarre way of doing it, but can I just ask Bronwyn, in terms of the permission for the rest of the site, can we, and I'm doing this for the purposes of an inquiry I've got, just confirm two things. One, I understand there is a sustainability drainage mitigation strategy that went with that, and so details of sustainable urban drainage, but that would have only covered surface water drainage, and that was part of the larger scheme. And I presume that is either in place or going to be put in place, given the conditions on the original consent. That's one thing. I don't know if are you happy to, do you know anything about that, Bronwyn? Can you add any more to that point?
Yeah, I can reply to that. Those conditions have been removed from that planning permission because after the grant of that planning permission and discussions between the agent and the lead local flood authority, Suffolk County Council, it was found that it wasn't necessary and it wasn't practicable. So they applied to remove those conditions and they were removed last year.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And the other point I was just going to get into is, can you, and I'm asking you to do this for the sake of record, can you just confirm the current tourism condition that is in place with regard to the remaining site in terms of its wording of 11 months occupancy, or do you have the exact wording of that available?
Yep, I do. I'll just read it out.
Because I just want to make sure that is very clear and for a matter of record of what is conditioned for the rest of the site.
Okay, so the condition is entitled Specific Restriction Upon Use, Break Period for Lodges / Statics. And it says, the static caravans hereby approved and the holiday lodges hereby approved shall not be occupied at all or used as holiday accommodation between 31st of December and 1st of February inclusive in any calendar year. There are obviously some semantic improvements that could be made to that, but I am, for the sake of consistency of decision making, my recommendation is that we impose that same condition, although members are free to make suggestions to improve it.
And that would allow somebody who is holidaying, as long as they are participating in the residence on holiday, to be in that unit or the units proposed for up to 11 months.
That's correct. So members may recall appeal decisions from a couple of years ago in which the councils used to impose conditions on holiday occupancy for a 30-day stay, no reoccupation within 30 days. But that approach has been undermined by appeal decisions. And so general practice at the moment is now to go with this specifying a holiday use. So there is an implied use in the term holiday as opposed to a principal dwelling, your main residence, your holiday residence being two separate things. And then, so the break clause of the 1 month technically allowing holidays for up to 11 months.
Yes, but ultimately, as long as they are using the accommodation for holiday use, not the main or sole residence. And I just wanted to clarify that, and that is what is being applied to this proposal before us.
Yep, the proposal is holiday. Holiday is in the description of the proposed development, and it is within our gift to clarify the condition restricting the use so that it's holiday. We could also include and not as a sole or main residence, which is often what we do for other occupancy restrictions like agricultural workers and things like that, if members wanted to add to the previous condition to make it clearer.
That would be perhaps useful to do that, if I may suggest, Chairman.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And absolutely. I mean, I'd love to have an 11-month holiday. Unfortunately, I've never had one. But I totally agree with you, and that would need to be conditioned, I think. So can you think about that, John? And be prepared to condition. Thank you.
Sorry to do that, but I just needed to add those couple of points. I apologise for interceding at that point.
No, it's really useful. Thank you. Okay, where were we? Councillor Norris, I think.
Thank you. I've listened to the debate. However, I still have too many concerns regarding localised infrastructure issues such as foul water disposal, electricity outages and flooding. I'm afraid I'm still not able to support this application. Thank you.
Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've just been looking through the 24 conditions on the previous application from 2015. And it's number 9, which is the details of the sustainable urban drainage system, which apparently is now being knocked on the head anyway. So there's nothing in there about foul drainage. I would be much more comfortable about this application if there was a condition that talked about that. I don't know if that can be added.
Yeah, I think it can. And again, Mr. Payton-G is probably working really hard in the background trying to come up with that condition. But I think that'd be a really useful one and a very important point. Are they all your questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Gold.
I think nothing to add to what to what's been said. What I've said previously and what others have said. I think the condition we've been talking about is key to being able to agree this.
Thank you, Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you. I think what councillors have said about the issues with carbon and the climate emergency, I think there's going to be a huge offset in the fact that people will be going to holiday in Suffolk instead of travelling vast distances in cars or on cheap flights abroad, and that will more than offset any issues with the building of these caravans. The conditions of drainage, I think, will only cover these 5 dwellings, these 5 caravans. So I don't know if we're solving existing problems with that, but I do think that that's important for these ones. At this point, I'd probably like to propose approval of this with the extra conditions of the foul drainage and the holidays not be being a holiday residence and not a sole residence, or whatever those words were that Bron said earlier. So could I propose that, please?
Yes, you can. The only conditioning has to be for these 5. So everybody's clear with this. We're looking at its application for 5. It's not about the whole site. It's the 5 buildings that we're actually dealing with. And therefore, any condition has to be for these 5 only. Is everybody happy with that? Good. And
sorry.
Yeah, go
on. Sorry, I'm butted in there. Could I think it's very important to get the robustness of the foul water infrastructure really nailed down, but I also think landscape, I'd be happy to support it. I think if landscaping was also incorporated into the motion, because I think it is important to make these sites look as visually attractive as possible in order to attract tourists to our lovely countryside.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you for coming in on that. So we're going to break in a minute while we go for, so Mr. Payton-G can sort of just look at some conditions. But going back to a couple of things that brought up, one was flooding. I don't think this would cause any flooding whatsoever. And in fact, it sits in flood level 1, I think it is. So there's no issue with that. Electricity, that's down to the local authority, to be honest with you. And again, all conditions will only be for these 5 buildings. I'm just going to bring Mr. Payton-G in just for a second, so you can just.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you again. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure if there has been a proposal passed or not. I'll leave that with Rob and Ian to determine. But if that was put forward, at the moment we've got 2, in addition to the recommendation before members, we've got a condition on drainage. So notwithstanding the details of drainage that have been submitted, that your officers will seek to agree all drainage details. And I would imagine we would need to look at whether they are sustainable as a part of that consideration. I wouldn't want to add too much specific wording on that, because I think we need to be open to what may come forward for us to look at as a separate matter of the discharge of condition. In terms of the condition on use of the lodges, what I'm just saying to members is that we already have a proposal in front of us for a condition on the use of the lodges. What we are just going to clarify within the wording of that condition is that it shall not be the sole use of the occupier or their main residence. That is all. I haven't got anything more to add, apart from if we go into landscaping. I don't know if Bron is able to put the red line plan back up on screen, but given the indicative plan that was part of that, the landscaping will only, at the moment, we've got mostly control over the red line area. What kind of landscaping are we talking about here? Because we're going to be possibly not fitting it in within the space we have available within the red line plan. I don't know what the expectations are in respect to members, and I appreciate the land around it is owned by the owner, and we are able to conditions that apply to the blue line, if you like, the area also owned by the owner, but there is a degree of risk in respect of doing that, and that risk especially is if there are other planned uses possibly for that area that this landscaping would interfere with, and that may not be acceptable to the owner if we were to do that. So there is risk around landscaping, and I'm just trying to explore to what extent landscaping is an issue here and to what extent of landscaping is being sought. You've got the red line plan on screen. If you were, for some reason I can't see it, that's helpful. Here we go. If you can just go down a couple of slides, Bronwyn, to that one. Yep, layout. Thank you. So we have. You might have to point these out with a cursor. Indicatively, 5 lodges shown. Now, if we're dealing with screening to the rear of these along that boundary line, say a hedge, then okay, that we can seek that. If we're talking about something far more significant, then I think we've got a risk that we need to look at.
Mr. Chairman, might I just speak on that?
Please do.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to accept an amendment to the proposal, but I think we should really be concentrating on the hedge that we just spoke about, the one behind these caravans. And maybe that you've got to be a bit careful with these things, because you give them a minimum height and they use it as a target when you might have had a higher one. But I think if they could cover 3/4 of the height of the buildings and no less, I think that would make a big difference to the visual aspect, the visual damage that will do across that field.
Bron, your points, please. Bron, are you there? You've got your hand up.
Sorry, I'm talking and I'm muted. Yes, just a couple of practical points. We don't have a blue line plan here, so we don't know how much land to the north and west the applicant controls. So whether it's just the red line, the extent of planting that we could achieve would be pretty limited with the caravans on site. I can go back and find out. I understand that they potentially do own a bit more. So it might be something that's possible to control if we have a blue line plan, but we don't currently have that at the moment. The other thing I was going to say was, in the photograph I was showing that there is some planting, some immature planting already showing in the photograph along the boundaries. So it may well be that if we condition it, you just get details of what's already in there. And I would have to go back and double check if that's something that we've already agreed as a condition on a previous permission for the site. It's possible that that's the case. And there was something else and I can't remember.
No
Sorry.
problem.
I'll have to think about it.
That's okay.
Can I summarise that slightly then? In the context of what we have before us, we are dealing with the red line plan only. We therefore think that any landscaping sort is probably going to be limited at this point, if we were to deal with it today, for essentially a hedge, maybe a native hedge, around the outer boundary of that red line plan to the north and east boundary. Anything more than that, if that is the expectation of members, we would either need to go away and find out more information, or that may be an issue that it can't be achieved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've been around the mill now. Everybody's had a chance to debate this, ask the questions as required. Do we have a seconder to the proposal? We do have a proposal from Councillor Caston. Give you a couple of minutes. Okay, I will. Good. Councillor Gold.
Just to say, I will second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. So we have a proposer and a seconder. There will be conditions. I'll talk about those in a minute. But summarise for myself, I think that this does support the rural business areas. I think it'd be fantastic if someone like Host Seasons came in there. It would improve the site without a shadow of a doubt. A company like that. This is 5 caravans after all. That's all we're looking at on an already established site. I understand the need for conditions for drainage, and I think it's important for these 5 properties only. The landscaping, that's could be a bit of an issue. It might just be soft planting or hedging or a tree. But at the end of the day, this is 5 extra bungalows. We're in a mass of bungalows. It's already visual from the road. And as on page 154, paragraph 6.4, it discusses that, and it reckons the visual impact of the extension will be homogenised as part of the wider complex, and I think that's correct. I think there's lots of benefits to this. To be honest with you, it's already an established site. Therefore, I will almost certainly be moving for approval. With that in mind, we have a proposer, we have a seconder. Can we just read out conditions again, please, John, so we know what we're actually going to vote on?
My apologies. My system is not, again, doing very well today. So at the moment, the recommendation before members is the standard time condition, approved plans and documents, and a restriction on holiday occupancy of caravans, the same as the permission of 3150/15, but with the addition of saying that it's not to be used for sole residence. And then we have further to that a condition for drainage, notwithstanding the details that were submitted to be agreed by your officers. And I missed the bit about whether landscaping was added or not. I do apologise. Was a landscaping scheme to be agreed added?
We'd like it investigated because, as you said, it's quite a difficult one to do. And landscaping can be everything from a sort of big lump of earth to a couple of trees. So,
in that case, then I will just simply put it as landscaping to be agreed, which would mean we would apply our standard landscaping condition. Then they have to come in with us with the details, and we will agree it to our satisfaction.
Yes. Okay. You've heard the proposal. We do have a proposer. We do have a seconder. Therefore, we will take a vote. Mr. Carmichael, if you'd like to record the vote, please. And I'd just like to, if you carry on with the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So, if you could please respond with for, against, or abstain. Councillor Carston?
For.
Councillor Gould?
For.
Councillor Humphreys?
For.
Councillor Mellon?
For.
Councillor Norris?
Against.
Councillor Stringer?
At what point do I get to speak against the motion?
Apologies, Councillor. Chair, what do you want to do in the situation? Do you want to hear from Councillor Stringer, or do you want me to carry on with the vote?
I think we had enough debate, I've got to be honest with you, and then we had a proposer and a seconder. I think legally we just carry on with the vote, do we not? And correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I think, yes, we have started the vote. It wouldn't be totally forbidden. It might be a bit irregular too, but I mean, are you with me on that, Mr. Carmichael?
I think so, Mr. Dufresne. because we have had 2 rounds of debate on that point.
Yeah.
But as long as you're comfortable, Chair.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I think actually, Councillor Stringer, you had your point in debate really, and you could have actually moved against this. So you've got now it's yes or no.
I'm sorry, Chair. I was waiting to hear what the motion was going to be and what conditions you were putting on, because there was other information about private treatment works and sewage that I now have that might be relevant to you. Now I've heard your proposal and your conditions. I believe the conditions aren't enough. But if you're happy to make the decision without that knowledge, that's fine. But I don't think that's very regular and a good way of.
Mr. Dupre, please.
I think the vote has been called,
right.
Rightly or wrongly, and we're at. I think, Chairman, you have an element of discretion. It would be a bit irregular. But I think you're indicating you're choosing to continue with the vote, and I think that is lawful.
Yeah, I think it's lawful. I also believe in fairness, and I also believe that people make mistakes. If I've made a mistake, I apologise. I don't think I have, though. Councillor Stringer, will Councillor vote? Mr. Carmichael, will we come back to the vote? Still have proposals, still have a seconder. Councillor Stringer, your comment.
Yeah, I just want to make the comment that I've just checked out the maximum size of private treatment works you can get is for 30 people. And they all have to have an individual drain. They can't share a drain. So at the moment, if this site is up to building regs, there'll be 25 separate treatment plants on this site. So the issue of where the sewage is going to go is actually vital. So there must be a condition that this has its own treatment works.
Councillor Stringer, I don't think I added anything to it because they're already putting in a condition to look at drainage. What more can we do? So, Mr. Carmichael, we'll start the vote again.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm on that, so the previous vote is abandoned.
Yeah.
And we will start again without prejudice on this point. So, Councillor James Carston.
For.
Councillor Peter Gould.
For.
Councillor Barry Humphreys.
For.
Councillor Andrew Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mike Norris.
Sorry, slow on unmuting. Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Andrew Stringer.
Against.
And Councillor Roland Warboys.
For.
Thank you, Chair. I make that 5 votes to 2. Mr. Dupre, can you confirm?
Yes, I agree. 5 votes to 2. The resolution has been passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Good debate. Very good questioning. Like I say, it's a real shame that the owner wasn't there to answer many of our questions, but that's the way it is. So thank you. I'll now hand over the chair to Councillor Guthrie. But first, we'll have a 5-minute break. Mr. Carmichael, if we can have 5 minutes, please.
Well, actually, I think we need a bit longer than 5 minutes, don't we? Because I think some people might need to have some food for. It's 1:30.
You're now the chair. It's entirely up to you.
Can we have a 20-minute break? Is 20 minutes sufficient for everybody?
I mean, Madam Chairman, have we got? I think it seems like a good idea to have a vote, though it's not for me to have. Sorry, to have an adjournment, not for me to say. But I don't think we've got any public speakers for the third item, have we?
No.
We haven't.
Apart from the ward member, Mr. Dupre.
Apart from the ward member, indeed. So it's up to you if you think that yes.
Well, would members like a 20-minute break? Or do they want to cut it shorter to 15? I mean, all speak up. I'll let you all speak up, say what you want.
I'm happy to carry on.
Happy to
I'm
carry
happy
on?
to carry on.
Happy to have 5 minutes and then carry on.
Okay, then let's go for 5 minutes and keep going.
Yeah,
Okay.
5 minutes. Yeah.
5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Right, Chair, we are now live again.
I'm back.
Is that Councillor Stringer?
Yep.
Oh, hello. I recognise the dulcet tones.
Right, Chair, so if I could just confirm, so Councillor Carston?
Robert will take a roll call just to make sure we're all here, I'm sure, when he's back.
Sorry, I had myself on mute, Chair. That was rather embarrassing. Apologies there.
That's all right.
If I just do a roll call and we'll just make sure everyone's back. So, Councillor Carston.
Present.
Councillor Gould.
Present.
Councillor Guthrie.
Present.
Councillor Humphreys.
Present.
Councillor Mellon.
Present.
Councillor Norris.
Present.
Councillor Stringer. We've already heard
Present.
from, I
I know he's there.
Yes, sorry, Councillor. And Councillor Warboys.
Present.
And the ward member, Councillor Pratt.
Present.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair. We are all here.
Start again.
Oh, we are. We are live, Chair, sorry. All of that part we were.
Beg your pardon, everybody. Well, welcome back and thank you very much for coming back so soon. So we now move on to the final matter of the agenda on the papers 195, agenda item C, Battersford and Ringshaw, and we have the ward member, Councillor Pratt, and the case officer is Daniel Cameron. If you'd like to present the case for us, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Here we go. Is that up for everybody? Can everybody see?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. So what we've got before us is an application for a temporary change of use of land. This is the site here, seen aerially. The road running sort of diagonally across is B1078. We've got Great Bricett off to the west, and then we've got an Anglian Water project dewatering immediately to the south, and then we've got some immediate to the immediate south. We've got 4 semi-detached dwellings there. In the wider context, we've got Watcham Air Base off to the north, and then surrounding we've got strongly agricultural character. So in terms of the site location plan, we're looking at the red area, which contains an access up onto the B1078. The ownership of the land also extends to the blue land. I'll quickly go into what's going on there. We've got some adjacent housing sites together for a total of 9 dwellings. We've got one application for 4 dwellings here that was approved under outline DC 1805447. And then immediately adjacent to the road, we've got DC 1804774, and that's for 5 units. And if we just have a quick look at the constraints map, we're in a flood zone 1. We've also got the roadways marked in blue. We've got the public right-of-way network and the dotted green lines, and then we've got a grade 1 and grade 2 listed buildings off in Great Bricett themselves. So I'd said previously it's for a temporary change of use of land. Previously the site had a barn stable on it that was for use in conjunction with the blue land, which were used as paddocks. So any change of use that we might want to agree here on a temporary basis, at the end of that temporary basis would revert back to the previous planning use of equestrian use. As part of that, we've got no change to the building, and these site photos from the public footpath running along the rear of the site, you can see the barn in place with the shuttered door there. You can also see the relationship to the houses up on the top. The site slopes away from the road there. Here we've got the view of the site across from the B1078. You can see the red roof of the barn quite clearly, and the trees at the rear. This is again from the B1078, closer to the houses. You can see the track as it was. And then as we move forward, this is from the most recent site visit. So we've got some fencing erected around the barn itself. Pardon me, members, my throat went a bit dry there. And we've got some additional traffic coming up and down the access route. This is a closer view of the fencing in the barn. And then this is a return view up towards the residential dwellings. We've got the existing hedging in place. If I jump backwards in the report, members. Now, just want to bring to members' attention something that might be confusing within the report. We've got additional comments from the Parish Council and from our environmental health teams. That's due to a change in the description of development as the application went on, and we thought it prudent to get additional comments from both. So previously we have been looking at a temporary change of use for the site as a builder's yard in line with the adjacent housing development, with then a subsequent change of use for the barn afterwards. There was some confusion in to what exactly the barn would become afterwards, and given the level of confusion it was causing and the distress it was likely causing for the parish and for the members, that's been removed from the application, such that we're only dealing with a temporary change of use. So there'd be no change to the existing appearance of the site. And it's worth noting as well in the report that similar development could be brought on site via permitted development. We've got planning permission granted for 9 units on the fields adjacent. Normal practice, if you didn't have a building adjacent that could be readily converted, you'd pick a corner of the site, bring some porta cabins on there, and that would be your site compound for the duration of the development. Key issues explored within the report are the impacts of the likely use on the residential amenity, issues created through pollution associated with the proposed use, and what controls we might be able to implement within that. Hence, at the end of the report, members, you'll see that rather than a bullet pointed list of conditions, we've got fully typed out conditions for you there. Those are drafted in accordance with the comments of the Parish Council and our environmental health team, such that we can have some confidence that there shouldn't be any adverse impacts on the neighbouring residential amenity while the use is in place, at which point, once the development has ceased, the previous use of equestrian use comes back into action, and then the applicant is free to make another application once they're in a better position to decide whether they want to retain the site or dispose of it. Therefore, members, you'll see from the report that the proposed recommendation is to approve the temporary change of use.
Thank you very much for that. Do members have any questions? We'll go through the list for the planning officer, and we can start with Councillor Warboys.
I think the conditions are eminently sensible and required. Just some question. The original planning application for use as stables because of the associated paddock. The paddock will no longer exist as a paddock. It will be house gardens. So how would that affect the barn? It would be no longer required as a stables or feed because there'd be no paddock for horses.
No, so the paddock use would go. That's gone now. We have planning permission securing the residential use of the land. In terms of the end of the temporary use period, the barn would no longer be able to be used as a builder's yard. It would have to go back to its previous defined planning use, which is equestrian. So we are in an agricultural area. There may be others within the area who have other land for grazing of horses and might want to make use of the stables. But I think probably at that point, there would be a decision for the owner to make whether or not that was likely to be a viable use for the barn, whether they wanted to rent it out, whether they wanted to utilise it themselves. Obviously, you're right, the horses would have to be taken to graze elsewhere.
Actually, Daniel, I mean, I think you've answered it quite well, because that's for another time. We're not using that, but it was a good point for Councillor Warboys to bring up. So, Councillor Warboys, do you have another question?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, I think my question's been asked. It's more about the access come the end of it, you know, if you've got two class uses using the same access. But I think that was covered during that previous.
OK, we can always debate that a little more if you like later. Councillor Norris, any questions for the officer?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Mellon?
No questions.
Councillor Humphreys?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Gould?
No questions, thanks.
Councillor Custon?
Just a small one, Madam Chairman. Does the building have a personnel door, or is it just the roller shutter door?
Sorry, members. I thought I was unmuted, but I double click again. I'm just double checking the plans for you, Councillor, with regards to a personnel door. I think it is the roller shutter, but I think the existing drawings do show an additional.
I mean, if it was used for horses, they'd have stable doors inside, obviously.
Yeah. No, just going back off the existing drawings, it is the shuttered door.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then there's myself. Just going back to slide 15, just for confirmation, I presume the muddy bit on the side is still is in the applicant's ownership.
Yes, Chair, I'm just seeing if I can get the relevant plan up for you again.
It was a photograph, I think, actually.
Yes.
Well, I shouldn't worry too much about it, other than yes, it is.
Right. No. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah.
It is.
If I can get there quickly, but no, I think I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Done
then.
with technology.
Right. So moving on, public speakers. We don't have any speakers from the parish council, objector, supporter or applicant. So if we can now move to the ward member, Councillor Daniel Pratt, if you'd like to tell us about this application site, please.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, so this application has moved on a very, very long way since I put in the original request for this to be considered by the planning committee, and the original concerns were based on the long-term environmental issues that would arise from the use of the stables for a light industrial or commercial unit and the impact this would have on the amenity use of the surrounding residential area. There was also a large concern with regard to the ambiguity of the proposed use of the site in the original application. The full planning application now being considered as a change of use of the site as a builder's yard, as we all know, in conjunction with the adjacent development site. And the view of many residents, particularly those living adjacent and nearby the site, is that the temporary use of a barn as a builder's yard would now be an acceptable temporary resolution for the expediency of the development. Those residents and members of parish council have also welcomed the planning recommendations, particularly the recommendation to grant a temporary change of use as a builder's yard for a period not exceeding 2 years, or once the building works are completed, whichever comes sooner. However, there are still some points of existential concerns that we could raise that are both new and historical. And these include, but are not limited to, the fact that the barn was originally built without planning permission, and the applicant had a history of non-compliance to the planning conditions and enforcement previously. So there are concerns whether this use will truly be temporary. If the site did become permanent, large vehicles would continue to have access, and there would be difficulty for the new residents accessing this site. And it could also create hazards on the highway whilst they do so. This includes vehicles parking on and blocking driveways to the adjacent houses on Little Hill. A permanent builder's yard is also not conducive to the surrounding residential amenity. I think The current proposal does little to allay the anxieties that this will just become a permanent builder's yard used for storing large machinery and equipment to serve other construction sites in the area. The recommendations could go further to reduce this uncertainty over how the barn will be used in the future, perhaps. What our residents really need is reassurance that they will not be subjected to unacceptable harm arising from traffic issues, overlooking or loss of privacy, and nuisances from dust, noise and fumes. There's also a conflict of interest in a way, because there's adjacent to this site is a bed and breakfast, which is dependent on the tranquility that the current setting has to offer. One recommendation put forward by the parish council is that it could be used as residential development. A recent survey was undertaken by the parish council and showed that 27 out of 28 residents would prefer to see the site used for residential purposes as opposed to be continued to use as a builder's yard or a commercial unit. So, if possible, I would like to request that the committee considers not only agreeing to the planning recommendations set out, but to consider further conditions or caveats possible to block a consecutive application for change as a builder's yard and recommend future use for residential development.
Thank you for that. I think if the planning officer wants to come in on that, I don't think you can actually stipulate that at this point, because we are just looking at the application as is, but I can be corrected on that. Before we move to questions to your good self, can we just have some confirmation from the planning officer? And also, I've made a note here, what can Mid Suffolk do to ensure that it does not go over its allocated time as a builder's yard, please, before we get to questions to Councillor Pratt?
So with regard to future uses, we'd need to have a further planning application made on that basis. We'd then be able to look at the planning merits and the key issues that would arise from any use associated in that application. In terms of the condition for the time limit, so we've written that in such a way that they have 2 years following the date of grant of the permission, or at the point at which the adjoining housing developments approved under DC 18 refs are completed for all practical purposes, whichever is the earliest. So we would need to be, we would have the time quite clearly for the 2 years, and we'd be able to monitor completions through building regs completions, so that we can then be sure as to whatever's the earliest. I mean, we do have a need to be reasonable in terms of how quickly the site returns to its equestrian use if you have large pieces of machinery or leftover goods on site. So we have tried to incorporate that within that condition, giving them a period of time, 28 days grace from the termination of the use in which to remove the material equipment or hard landscaping resulting from the use as a builder's yard.
I mean, we all know that when applications come in again or enforcements are involved, it's always said, well, apply for it and regularise it. So what we want to do is make sure that that doesn't happen, that it is finished as is when finished. Can we have assurances on that?
I think in terms of our planning policies, we are quite clear on temporary uses that where we're granting them, we'd either want to then be followed up with a full planning permission for that permanent use to be enacted, or we'd want to see that use ceased. I think we'd probably need to be in a position where we have some fairly compelling reasons why we would want to allow that temporary use to continue. But our policy position is that if we've granted a temporary use once, that's it. You've had your temporary use, and it should now be moved on to either a full planning application or reverted back to its previous planning use.
Right. So now, can we come back? Apologies to you, Councillor Pratt, but I just felt that we needed to sort of bottom out your issue there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So any questions for the ward member? Councillor Warboys?
No questions.
Councillor Stringer?
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor Norris?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Mallon?
No questions. Thank you, Dan.
Councillor Humphreys?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Councillor Gould?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Caston?
No questions, thank you.
And I sort of rather jumped in at the beginning thinking you were all going to ask questions, so there we are. Right, well, thank you for that, Councillor Pratt. So I think we can open up to the debate. So we'll go round, and my next order on this piece of paper is Councillor Caston. If you'd like to open us up on this one, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I don't have any big issues with this proposal. It's 3 years, it's temporary. If it was going for a permanent change of use, I think it would be a good idea to put a personnel door on the side so that at 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning you don't have to open a noisy roller shutter door to access, just to gain access without bringing machines in. But I don't know if other members thought that was a particularly good idea. I think I'd propose that, but I can understand for a 3-year temporary, it's probably a bit much to ask. So yeah, I don't see a huge problem in it, and yeah, I'll listen to further debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caston. That's a very good and useful point, actually. I'm sure it wouldn't take too much to bang a hole in it. But can we just clear, it's 2 years we're going for, I think, isn't it, Daniel?
Yes, 2 years in line with the parish council.
Yeah. But it's not such an unreasonable request, so maybe members, as they go through the debate, they might like that. Thank you for that, Councillor Caston. Right, next person is Councillor Humphreys, please.
Councillor Gould first, Madam Chair.
On my list, it says Councillor Humphreys.
All right, I should take advantage of it then. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Pratt was talking about other things that people are opposed to and everything else, yet the parish council basically supports this application. Maximum of two years until completion. What's the debate? And on the other side of it, of course, you've got the security of equipment in the rural area with the increase in rural crime, 8.1 million now. This is a really critical time to secure stuff. So this ticks every box. And of course, the other thing, it reduces the carbon footprint because there isn't so far for this machinery to travel to the work site across the road. So it ticks every box, from environmental to security, and it has the approval of the Great Bricett Parish Council. So yeah, I'll move to approve.
Well, hang on a minute. We've got to go through everything first.
I'm just saying I'm moved towards it.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, as in will be. Yes. OK, thank you. Councillor Gould, I do apologise, but you weren't on my list. So here we go. Councillor Gould.
No worries at all. I have little difficulty with this, and I'm comforted by what Councillor Pratt had to tell us about the local response to the changed application. So compared to what else, the other business we've been doing today, this seems mercifully straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mellon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, clearly, as Councillor Pratt said, that things have moved on since he did the call-in, and negotiation has gone on between the officers and the applicant in order to come up with these conditions, which seem eminently sensible to me. I do have some concerns about whether they're actually enforceable. I don't know. I don't think any of our enforcement staff are going to be standing at the end of the road checking which vehicles go in and out. But so as usual, we're dependent on the public for as our eyes and ears. Yes, I mean, I echo Councillor Humphreys' support for locking stuff away at the moment. There does seem to be a huge amount of rural crime going on. So if you can, put your JCB in a barn, that's got to be a lot safer than leaving it out on a site. So potentially it could make the whole operation a lot more tidy. We have to deal with what's in front of us, which is an application to change the use temporarily. That seems to be sensible to me. What happens after that is for another day. So, yes, I'm minded to approve this.
Good. Thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Norris.
Thank you. Yes, I'm quite happy to go along with the recommendation on this and the quite robust conditions that we have on this application. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. Councillor Stringer.
Yes, Chair, happy to see that there's been some negotiation and local voices have been heard. Just want a little bit of clarification. Physical delivery, 45-foot lorry with a high ab on it, turns up with a load of bricks. They high ab them off, and I take it they'll teleport them down the track into the barn if they want to store them away. We're not talking about 45-foot lorries accessing this barn, are we? Because if we are, that's a huge incline and you'll get them stuck. So I just wanted to know, do we want to preclude that? Or if they're going to bring lorries on site, there's nowhere for them to turn. So, I'd just like that clarified, really.
Daniel, can you make some sort of comments? I've seen people reversing up, and one almost thinks, Councillor Stringer, that's the issue of the applicant, but can Daniel give us a hand?
Yeah, no, I mean, in terms of the use of the access, highways were fairly relaxed. But in terms of probably where we are, we have asked for condition to be added so that within 3 months of the date of grant of the change of use, we have details of the size and type of vehicle able to access the site. We've put a condition on there at all times vehicles accessing or egressing a site must be able to do so in a forward gearing. And the detailed vehicle condition requires that any vehicle accessing the site not of this specified type or size can't make delivery there.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Stringer?
No, not really, because it's the amount of engineering required to make that incline of path accessible. That's massive amounts of engineering for a temporary drop-off. I was just assuming there'll be a telehandler buzzing up and down that lane all day, taking in the deliveries rather than trying to make this track accessible to thumping great HGVs.
No, that's not the intention of the condition. I apologise for the confusion. No, I think probably, as Councillor Stringer points out, probably likely that there is something up and down taking the large deliveries. What we want to avoid is those large vehicles accessing the site. It might be feasible for works vans or smaller goods vehicles to access the site. That's what we want detail of. And we want to prevent large vehicles from being able to access that access down to the builder's yard at all.
Brilliant. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Where are we? Councillor Warboys, please.
Yes, I think there's been some good positive discussions between the applicant and the officers, and the parish council's voice has been listened to. I think it's quite a sensible proposal. I think the concerns about lighting and use. I think Councillor Caxton had a very good proposal that the applicant might take into account, having a small door for those times he just wants to pop in and out. But fine, thank you.
Yeah, and that's now my turn. Nothing really extra to add, and I don't think we need to put a condition on for that door thing. That might be something that the applicant might like to do anyway. But I feel that's up to them. So we've been round once. So if anybody wants to propose, and second, if you want to put your hands up, because I don't think there's anything more to be said. Do I have a proposer and a seconder? So Councillor Warboys, I think you were first, and then Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Warboys, please. Councillor Warboys?
Sorry. Yes, I'm happy to propose that we accept this application.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Humphreys?
Madam Chair, happy to second. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to read through the whole lot because it really is pretty well tied up for conditions on there. So can we go to the vote, please? Oh, wait a minute. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Sorry, beg your pardon. No. In which case we can go to the vote, if we may, please.
Thank you, Chair. So if you could please respond with for, against or abstain. Councillor James Carston.
For.
Councillor Peter Gould. Councillor Gould.
He's muted.
I'll come back to Councillor Gould, Chair, at the end. So, Councillor Guthrie?
For.
Councillor Humphreys?
For.
Councillor Mellon?
For.
Councillor Norris?
For.
Councillor Stringer?
For.
Councillor Warboys?
For.
And Councillor Gould?
For. Do you get it?
Yes, thank you, Councillor.
Yes.
There we are. So that is by Mr. Dupre. If you could confirm, I make that a unanimous vote in favour of the application.
That is indeed unanimous in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much to everybody for attending the meeting today, and particularly to Barry for chairing the middle application. Site inspections. Do we have any site inspection requests which need to be reported to committee?
No, Chair, none requested.
In that case, then, I now formally close the meeting and thank everybody indeed. Thank you very much. Bye.